Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe,
Present.
Vice Mayor Kaplan,
Here.
Councilmember London, Councilmember McCormick, Councilmember Moss,
Here.
Councilmember Sardinius,
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez. Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Sardinius, lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
Unfortunately, Pastor Dempsey Singh was not able to make it this evening. The next item is brief comments by council.
Council. There we go. Brief comments.
I'm good.
We welcome Lionel Messi to Miami, Inter Miami, so that's a good thing, right, Mr. Vasquez?
Absolutely, Mayor. We should have a Messi day assigned and should invite him over if he's not here. Yeah. I'd love to.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is public comments.
Okay, got quite a few here, so please be as succinct as possible. Let's start with Lana Montalban. Name and address for the record.
My name is Lana Montalban, 210 Seaview Drive. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Village Council. Like I said, my name is Lana Montalban. I'm a writer, journalist, and longtime resident of Key Biscayne. I am also a volunteer member of the TNR group, which is responsible for the Cats Trap and Neuter program. After her recent retirement, local veterinarian Dr. Susan Sawyer spent years and thousands of resources fighting the heat and the mosquitoes to trap and rescue abandoned cats and kittens in our Paradise Island. She was helped by a committed group of volunteers that I proudly joined a few years ago. We also get the invaluable help of the local vet, Dr. Eastman. Why do we trap cats and kittens and get them spayed or neutered? It's essential to stop the cat population from reproducing without control because of humane and environmental concerns. In the US, it is estimated that there are between 60 and 100 million homeless cats versus about 94 million cats who live as pets, according to the data from 2017 from PETA. And opposite to what most people think, they don't fend for themselves with ease out in the wild. They get sick, hungry, thirsty, and they live a life of suffering and misery. Do you know how many cats get abandoned each year? According to the ASPCA, 3.2 million cats enter shelters annually. That is sadly 1 million more cats than those that get adopted. Further, feral cats are a threat to wildlife. The American Bird Conservancy estimates that free-roaming cats kill billions of birds and small mammals in the US every year, including endangered species. It's estimated that cats kill 1.3 to 4 billion birds, yes, billion with a B, each year in the US alone, with 69% of these kills attributable to feral or unowned cats. What is the TNR program for stray cats? In a trap, neuter, return program, community cats are humanely trapped with box traps, brought to a veterinarian to be spayed or neutered, vaccinated, ear-tipped, the universal sign that a community cat has been neutered and vaccinated, and then returned to their outdoor home. In a very few exceptions, unfortunately, we find forever homes for them. Since the cat population surveys started in 1999, the feral cat population has been decreasing thanks to TNR programs. In 2013, the numbers showed a 55% decrease in feral cats since the program started, so it makes a meaningful difference. Lastly, I would like to stress that some neighbors, maybe with good intentions, but certainly a large amount of ignorance, have been hindering our labor of love, sometimes in a horribly aggressive manner. We work for free, under uncomfortable circumstances and conditions, just because we love animals. That includes the kitties, the birds, and the other mammals affected by the feral cat population. We are entirely volunteer-based and pay for the medication through generous, hard-to-come-by donations. So please, besides your
Thank you.
personal preference on animal, and even if you claim not to like cats, I ask, not really, I beg you, for your support and for maybe some level of education that is needed in our community so people can understand that what we do is for the benefit of everyone and we're not trying to hurt anybody.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Servando Parapar.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Servando Parapar, and I live at 240 Cypress Drive. I have been a resident of Key Biscayne for 48 years. I am a professional engineer registered in the state of Florida, and I have over 20 years of experience in large roadway and bridge projects. I am now retired. I have several reasons for my opposition to item 10I, the black and bleach work order 2 in today's agenda. And if you allow me, I will list them. Number 1, having read the scope of the work, you are procuring a general engineering consultant for the village. It is important to note that the scope of work focuses on messaging and public relations, not on engineering support. Please use our limited resources on actual projects. That is what our community wants and needs. Number 2, Mr. Cangas, the newly Director of Public Works, started the job last week. Give him the time to review the work order, analyze it, and comment on it. And I hope that he will oversee the consultant that we're trying to procure. Number 3, the Dig One philosophy is a novel one, but breaking the road once to incorporate everything might not be feasible. Most cost overruns and time delays occur when more than one contractor is working on the project at the same time. There are techniques to mitigate doing it sequentially. For example, you can use bore and jack instead of digging again. And number 4, it was stated at this council that the Village of Key Biscayne will try the Dig Once philosophy on the K-A Basin project first, learn from it, then issue the remainder of the village. With this contract, you're authorizing projects over the next 10 to 15 years with a horizon of 2050, 2060, which is, what is a rush? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Luis de la Cruz.
Good afternoon, Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. I'm not going to go through my whole CV because I don't think it's relevant to what I'm going to speak about, but I'm here to talk to you all about what you already know that I'm going to talk to you about because I told you all that I was coming to talk to you about it, but I wanted to put it on the record. So, you know, this thing about the traffic during events on the weekend is out of control, you know, and usually I try not to go out during the weekends, but it just so happened that this Sunday I had to go out at, you know, at a time that there was an event happening on Virginia Key. And it was absolutely clear to me that either Miami-Dade doesn't really give a hoot about us and about how long it takes us to get in and out of our houses, or the people that they have employed running the traffic there don't have the slightest idea what they're doing. And I'm telling you that because it took me about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour to leave Key Biscayne. And that meant, you know, the 45 minutes or an hour was between, you know, Calusa and the first stoplight on Virginia Key. After the first stoplight, it was free going. It was only that one intersection that had a problem. And I had the misfortune to have to sit in front of that intersection for at least 15 to 20 minutes watching what was going on. And they were stopping the traffic going both ways on the causeway to let 2 and 3 and 4 people cross the road. That's just insane. I'm not a traffic engineer. I am a civil engineer, but I'm not a traffic engineer. But it doesn't take a traffic engineer to know that that is absurd. Okay, when we used to have the Lipton over here, there used to be an overpass, but before the overpass, there was crowds that would go across, and they would get 40 people together and then let them cross the road. No, over there, every time that there was 2 or 3 people waiting to cross the road, they would stop traffic on both sides of the causeway, and then that meant that our traffic was backed up all the way to Key Biscayne, and the traffic coming in was backed up all the way to the entrance of the causeway. It's absurd, guys. And that's I know what the official I spoke I didn't speak to, but I texted with our great manager, who I happen to agree with 99% of the time. And his position is that our guys are working a lot, very close with Miami-Dade County. Well, they're not doing it in this case. They're not doing it during these events on Sunday. And I really, really do believe that maybe one of you shouldn't just believe me and should just go out there on a bike and sit there for about an hour and see how they're running the thing. They have no rhyme or reason, okay? 2 or 3 people come up, they stop traffic both ways, everybody going in, traffic all the way to Key Biscayne and all the way to the beginning of, we've got to do something. Thousands of people are getting really, really upset over this. And any of you who know what's going on here, and read the paper every so often, or the Independent, or God help you be on one of those chats, you know that that's our biggest issue, right? It's low-hanging fruit. Let's do something about it, please. Maybe it might not be a bad idea to take a traffic engineer and to put him out there on a Sunday when there's an event, so that he can see how these guys are trying to move traffic, and he can see himself that it doesn't make sense. Please do something. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tatiana Blanks? No. Oh, representing Tatiana Carlson. Okay.
No, yeah, sorry. Actually, my name is Tatiana Blanco, and I'm here to discuss actually 13B. So I did write that. I did a /13B on the discussion about the approval of the future variance requirements.
Go ahead.
So, no, I know that this was discussed previously.
I'm sorry, your name and address again.
Tatiana Blanco, 121 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 257, Key Biscayne, Florida. So I'm actually representing Rover Builders for the 247 Mariner Avenue. This was discussed on the previous meeting about the variant requirement for the setback on the second story. I know you guys were discussing, and I believe that today was just to see on what you guys had decided on the approval, or where we're standing with that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. Okay. Michelle Esteves.
Let me put my hat, okay? Sorry.
Yeah.
Good evening, Michelle Esteves, 425 Great Tree Drive. Mr. Mayor, council members, and our Canadian manager. The Key Biscayne, you know why I'm saying that. Key Biscayne 4th of July Parade Committee is proud to report to you the success of the 64th parade with 58 entries this year. We would like to thank you for your support, including the police, fire, recreation department, public works, and of course, our community foundation. This year parade cost has reached approximately $62,000. And we managed to raise the funds to match the village $30,000 contribution. Your consideration of increasing $5,000 for next year, it is very appreciated. And we are reminding you and the public that the village contribution is a reimbursement of the expenditures after we go over expending the funds that we have raised. That I want that to remind everybody. Our fundraising starts with a barbecue, followed up by selling t-shirts, asking for donations, reaching out to corporations for contributions, and we must be including the estimated 836 hours of the 22 active committee members that we put to deliver the parade. On the day of the parade, we added an additional 6 volunteers to pass water to the bands and walk banners. We are estimating we will need about 12 volunteers, additional volunteers for next year. So if anybody wants to volunteer, please let us know. At our wrap-up meeting that was held last week, we discussed how to improve and correct flaws and close the gaps in the parade. We also had a preliminary discussion and planning for our next year, the 65th parade. Our first task will be in October by reaching out to schools and ask them to participate in submitting a design for the t-shirt. We will exhibit the entries and businesses that agree to participate and promote those businesses, inviting the public and their customers visiting the business and vote and help us to select the winner. We will award $500 to the top winner, $250 to the second place, and $100 to the third place. And guess what? We already have a sponsor for the unveiling of the winners and the money to give to the winners. Next year, we will make sure that we will distribute more water along the parade. This year, with the assistance of the Crossbridge Church, we estimated we passed close to 1,500 bottles of cold water to spectators and about 1,000 bottles of water between the bands, steel workers, young canoes, and other participants. It's extremely important for us to keep everyone very well hydrated. The 4th of July Parade Committee is extremely proud to continue to deliver a parade and celebrate the independence of our United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job. Ceci Sanchez.
Hello to you all. Ceci Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I come to ask you for guidance because there are certain things I don't understand. This contract of Black and Veatch, I remember our mayor saying, we are going to use the, the school, that basin area, and we're going to test to see how everything works. And from then on, we continue if everything works well. My question is, this contract is necessary to be approved today? And why? Why is it so important? And if it has to do with communications, still, I don't understand. What are we doing? As a long-time resident here, senior citizen, whatever, I kind of need to be watchful of my expenses. I hope you do too. You were elected by us. You are supposed to be watching out for us. And we can have wish lists, but we can put priorities on them. So, when are we gonna do that? We, I believe, are getting money from our wonderful place location, the paradise that we are. So, there's money coming in. Can we adjust and make sure that we put in the budget what is necessary and not overdo it, please? Then on dear to my heart is the landscaping. There's some things that are being let to die. Why? One example is a traffic circle on Harbor and Fernwood. Why? Why isn't that being well kept? Why are we allowing? Then we have like the Beria Plazas. We're spending $100 and some $1,000 because of neglectful care. So we keep on repeating the same problem. How many years have we been in business as a municipality? How many times have you heard me say the same thing? You know, Joe, how long have I
just
been
got here, remember?
coming? When we were on the second floor of the Key Biscayne Bank building. Please, can we get our act together? I know we have new people on board. Can we make sure that what we plant or what we purchase is taken care of? And there is some infestation here on the trees. Those coconut trees have some bug. Is it lethal yellowing? Is it whitefly? I don't know. But cutting the fronds is not going to make the bugs go away. I took pictures, which I believe I sent you on Sunday after the trimming. The bugs are there. So what are we going to do about it? Remember the last time how many trees they died, and then the gumbos started to die, or people started to chop them up. Please, help us out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ed Sanchez. Since Ceci went too long, I'm going to take it away from you, okay?
Thank you. That's usually what happens. Ed Sanchez, 260. De la Cruz.
Oh.
Whatever. 260 Cypress Drive, a resident of the Key since 1960. According to Pedro Garcia, which is Miami-Dade County property appraiser, Key Biscayne's 2022 total preliminary taxable base before new construction climbed from $8 billion in 2021 to $9.096 billion in 2022. That's a 10% increase of almost $83 million. We have an existing millage rate of 3.1533. Thus, the taxable base increase will bring more than 2.6 million, an additional 2.6 million of revenue. We know that taxing authorities start with expenditures, what it will cost, and the tax is only a filler. I believe now is the time to reverse course, to adjust our expenditures to our revenues, especially now that with no action by anybody, we're collecting an additional 7% of our budget. Mr. Garcia said, I am concerned for the average homeowner. With an increase of almost 83 million in taxable value, most homeowners will see an increase in property taxes. I urge all taxing authorities to reduce their millage rates to help the average homeowner. He continues saying, a small reduction of 3% in the tax rate can make the difference between a tax increase and no increase for homeowners. Please think about reducing the millage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Steve Simon.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. I am here to address consent agenda item 8C, which I ask you to pull from the consent agenda. I hope to persuade you that this grant application in its present form and unless modified shouldn't be submitted despite the August 29 submission deadline, nor the $10 million value associated with it. Why not? Reading through the grant application, I saw both errors of omission and commission, but I am not going to spend my 3 minutes pointing them out. Instead, I ask you to view that document and the accompanying resolution as putting all of our eggs in one basket by being too site-specific. I understand that as part of our stormwater system, one or more pump stations will be built within our municipal boundaries. This grant presumes, as settled policy, that the K8 Basin Pump Station will be placed in Harbor Drive Park. In light of the history of the acquisition and the March 14th GU zoning hearing, and the pending required site plan hearing, I think that presumption is premature. In 2019, the village's in-house engineering expert was my source for the PowerPoint pump station slide that included small footprint, mostly underground. In 2023, the information from AECOM and from Dr. Roland Samini began to paint a much larger footprint. Looking at this through another lens, let us always remember that our overarching goal is to preserve and enhance our Key Biscayne way of life, and not simply to create an engineering marvel that shores up our defenses while losing that bigger picture perspective. For example, at the February 1st Playing Fields workshop, that same unique 32,525 square foot parcel was dangled in front of the Youth Athletics Advisory Board and representative families of 2,000 youth registrants in our organized sports programs. The excitement that was generated by administration that evening has, in turn, helped to stimulate interest in that generation of young families for further land acquisition along the lines of what was proposed at the June budget workshop. If I am a bit sensitized as to how site-specific grant money could influence the Harbor Drive Park process and the role of public input, that's because we've been here twice before. I ask you to recall the history of the Safe Routes to School grant funds that nearly put in a sidewalk running the length of the park, and the initial Neat Streets grant, which, if accepted, would have included one or more structures in the form of a children's playground. Now I'll propose some solutions to enable the village to move forward with this grant application. In the two sections of the resolution with Harbor Park, simply change those words to within the municipal boundaries. Rework grant application page 6, scope of work. Modify page 7 by adding 2 words, serving the, at the beginning of the site location, so it will read serving the K8 Basin. Given the deadline, if another council meeting is needed to act on these changes, then either tack on a brief council meeting at the tail end of the August 16 stormwater workshop, or, as per the manager's memo, it appears that this Hurricane Ian grant could also be filed as a Hurricane Nicole application, which has a later submission deadline of October 20th. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Melissa White.
Melissa White, 370 Heather Lane. Hi, Ed. I kind of just wanted to come because I love summer in Key Biscayne. It's hot, low traffic, a great time to get a lot of things done. And I was in the community center last week and it was looking phenomenal. I mean, and it's full camp, tons of kids running around, and I've never seen a facility, much less a government facility, no, nothing meant there. It was beautiful. And it was like bright and clean and wonderful. And I just felt like it's a good time to say, thanks, guys. And I hope you have a good meeting. I hope you guys accomplish a lot. And that's it. Happy July.
Thank you. for your cheerful comments. Okay. That wraps it up. Public comments.
The next item is the agenda, approval deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, I'm looking at 10B and 10C as their 10B is accepting a grant. Can we move that to consent? If you don't mind, and 10C is also setting a date for August 29th to hear this further, so you have further conversation. I would propose doing that. Anybody opposed?
I think that makes perfect sense.
Total sense,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 10C is moving to the consent agenda as well?
Yes, 10B and 10C.
Thank you.
I might suggest that in light of what we just heard and the suggestions that Steve mentioned, we should discuss this item.
Okay, so you want to pull 8C from the consent agenda?
I think so.
Okay.
I agree.
And then the one other thing, in my conversations with the manager, we thought that maybe 13 B, C, and D might be premature since the council has really not gotten much information on that.
That'd be useful.
Any objection to any of those items?
It'd be better to prep on these things.
Ed, I'm mentioning to defer items 13B, C, and D. Because we really haven't received any information from the staff on that. And then I would, a very brief discussion, I would like to add 12B under mayor and council is after you hear this presentation on iguanas, maybe we can talk about that at that point. Those are changes, additions to the agenda. Any all those in favor say aye.
Hold on, I'd like to just add if the manager can just give us a quick update on the right turn on Crandon, on his manager's report.
Excellent, okay.
Under the manager's report?
Yeah, under the manager's report, thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, as I mentioned before, for 7B, we do have Converge will give us an update on our state agenda. However, Jim Davenport from Thorn Run will not be with us today. He has a situation in his family and he'll come in August.
Okay.
Question that occurs to me in response to Luis's remarks and the experience over the weekend. Are you prepared on the fly to talk about traffic management? Or should we push that for another time?
I think we can start the conversation. Chief can answer some initial questions. And I think, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, we're gonna add that at that manager's report piece. Okay. Any other additions or deletions?
I second all of these.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a special presentation, state legislative session debrief with State Senator Alexis Calatayud.
It's a pleasure to have our senator here today. She wasn't able to come last time as she had a state trip to Israel. So we're happy to have you here in the middle of summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to address our community and share with them the wonderful victories we were able to accomplish this legislative session. My name is Alexis Calatayud. Hey, everybody. I serve
Tell them
as
to say that 3 times, okay?
I serve as a senator for District 38. Our district encompasses Key Biscayne, Coconut Grove, City of Miami, Coral Gables, Westchester, South Miami, Pinecrest, Palmetto Bay, the Falls, Richmond Heights, Perrine, Gould, South Miami Heights, Cutler Bay, and Homestead. We are the entirety of Key Biscayne, Biscayne Bay from Key Biscayne to Homestead. This legislative session, we focused on reducing cost of living. That is the number one issue on all of our minds. We began that, focused on our teachers. This year, we increased teacher salaries by a historic $1.1 billion. I was privileged to lead our teacher recruitment and retention package, in which we created a process called teacher apprenticeship, where the last 2 years of an educator's bachelor's degree will not only be tuition free, but we will pay educators to be in the classroom and be mentored by a highly effective educator. That highly effective educator will receive a $5,000 bonus per mentored teacher. We also created a provision where high school teachers can receive a free master's degree, and they can come back into the high schools and provide dual enrollment for students to have free college credit in our state. We also expanded eligibility for hardworking families to be able to access low-cost subsidized children's health insurance through the Florida Kid Care program. With the increase in cost of living and also the increase in our minimum wage, many families were being phased out of access to birth to 12 years old support for doctors and dentists. We've been able to raise that to 300% of the federal poverty level, so that is not a problem for children in the state of Florida. We also ensured that we can have coalitions and associations of small businesses work together to achieve better prices in health insurance within our health insurance market through what's called multi-employer welfare agreements. We have enshrined that in the Florida law. We also made sure that there are more severe civil and criminal penalties for ethnic or religious persecution, intimidation, threat to harm, and harassment across the state of Florida. We've created a nonprofit security grant program in which our community centers, our centers of worship, can apply for funding to have building hardening, greater support for funding for security guards, whether it's temporary through rented facilities or permanent through owned facilities, that our communities and our faith communities are safer. We've also extended sea level rise mitigation efforts through the sea level rise and flood vulnerability studies. Previously, only coastal areas were required to have this sort of flooding study before construction happened. Now all of the upcoming construction within the state of Florida has to look into sea level rise impact studies as well as flooding. We know that when we drive into downtown on fairly rainy days, sometimes we have water up to our ankles, if not our knees. This is our attempt to begin to make sure what happened in Fort Lauderdale during the flooding this past legislative session is something we're previously trying to mitigate in the construction of new buildings across the state of Florida and within Miami-Dade County. We have also ended the pit bull dog breed ban in Miami-Dade County. There is a federal and state prohibition on dog breed bans, and now Miami-Dade County is brought into the future. We know that these dog breed bans are not effective, and now we are matching what the nation in Congress and what the state legislature has instituted over 30 years ago. We also worked hard to make sure that our workforce has greater access to housing in our local community through the Live Local Act. I'm proud to say we achieved incredible record amounts of funding for projects that affect our local community, such as the Key Biscayne Immediate Flood Control and Mitigation Project. We will improve existing stormwater management systems, redesigning catch basins and regrading roadways to prevent debris from clogging the pipes, and directing stormwater runoff to catch basins, $450,000. We also, in addition to this project, Key Biscayne sand replacement, $450,000 to rebuild the village's oceanside shoreline after the loss of significant portions of beach due to Hurricanes Ian and Nicole in the fall of 2022. We'll learn more about this when the village lobbyists, which are fantastic, come and speak to us about additional support for sand renourishment, beach renourishment that we were able to achieve through the advocacy of this council and Mayor Rasco. We've also worked in tandem to put together $3 million in funding for Stormwater Predictive Analytics Solution Pilot. in which we will utilize sensor monitoring data and analytics to predict and mitigate stormwater impacts to our local community. I'm proud to bring to your attention a couple countywide projects as well. Anti-violence prevention initiatives. Second chance for returning citizens. We've brought home $1.5 million to support these residents. Violence interruption and prevention infrastructure, $850,000 to disrupt violence in communities near and dear to ours, most impacted by gun violence. We've also been able to bring back home $1.6 million to provide emotional and mental health support resources and interventions to communities most impacted by gun violence. These are some of the work we were able to do specifically for Key Biscayne, but also as a countywide initiative to keep our homes safer, to keep our community safer, to support our kids, and to make sure that the needs of Key Biscayne are not only met today, but that of the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very, very much for what you did for Key Biscayne this session. And to follow that up, Jonathan from Converge, can you...
The phone is off. I'm here tonight with Jared O'Rourke as well. So good evening, Mayor and council members. It is a pleasure to be here with you. And again, we feel privileged to represent the village and the village's interests in Tallahassee. I'm going to provide you with a brief summary of some of the topics covered in Tallahassee. Hopefully it won't be duplicative with the senator's report, but I can tell you we work very closely, our team and the senator and her office in Tallahassee. I think you would be both impressed and happy with the level of intensity of effort from the senator's office and ours as we work together on some of these issues, which require an intense amount of effort in a short period of time. With that said, I'll give you a breakdown of some of the dollars and cents in Tallahassee coming out of the 2022-23 legislative session. With over $20 billion in reserves, the legislative budget process moved swiftly, early and very quickly, which is a bit of a challenge because with so many issues and items to be considered, when things are moving fast, you have to get access quickly. And I can tell you the senator's office and Representative Lopez's office were very accessible to us. For the fiscal year, the state budget increased by $6 billion to $116 billion. Notable among the funded items is $850 million for state wildlife corridor, a 5% raise for state employees, $300 million for land preservation programs, $382 million for Everglades restoration, $2.5 billion to accelerate road construction projects, and $400 million for ship and sale programs for affordable housing, and approximately $1.5 billion in tax relief. As it relates to the specific items of the village, I'm going to leave that to the end of our presentation. There were a number of high-profile social issues debated extensively in the early weeks of session, including a 6-week abortion ban, a ban on adult performances in public settings, and restrictions on sex reassignment surgeries by minors, among other issues. In the early stages of session, that took up a bit of the oxygen, but I'll tell you, a lot of other issues, as you probably saw through the news, filled a very jam-packed legislative agenda. Education policy received a dramatic overhaul with the passage of HB 1, the Universal Voucher Bill, which will ultimately make vouchers available for all K through 12 Florida students. Laws governing public sector unions significantly amended with the passage of Senate Bill 256, requiring employees to opt into union membership and prohibiting payment of union dues via salary deduction, among other changes. Litigation reform was a huge topic this legislative session with the passage of HB 837, one of the most far-ranging tort reform packages we've seen in years. And I can tell you my perspective on it was like they took 20 years of pent-up ideas that couldn't get passed and passed them all in one legislative session. It was an impressive thing to see from a legislative process standpoint. The bill moves Florida to a modified comparative negligence system so that a plaintiff who is more at fault than a defendant may not recover damages. In addition, the bill provides an attorney fee multiplier may only be used in rare circumstances and provides standards to assist juries in calculating the accurate value of medical damages in personal injury and wrongful death actions. Now, those are the big picture items that were sort of applicable to all Floridians. Jared's now going to touch on a few items that specifically we tracked for the village.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Jared O'Rourke with Converge Public Strategies. I was going to touch on 3 separate pieces of legislation. I'm going to touch on 2 because the Senator and Jonathan touched a little bit and gave the highlights on Senate Bill 102, which is the Live Local Act. So I'm going to move on to next piece of legislation we're going to discuss was Senate Bill 154, condominium and condo associations. This made several kind of different changes to how associations run. It revised the circumstances under which community association managers or management firms must comply with specific provisions. It revises who must have milestone inspections performed for buildings, requiring architects or engineers performing the milestone inspections to submit a specific progress report to local enforcement agencies. It also revised the requirements relating to some of the budget meetings for the condo associations. The next piece of legislation I'd like to also touch on, which I know we had spoken a little bit about, is House Bill 949, which is the operation of golf carts, which I know is an issue and that's near and dear to Key Biscayne. The bill passed, was signed by the governor. It authorizes water control districts to designate certain roads to be used by golf carts. Requires county approval before the water district can make those changes. It also prohibits persons under 18 years of age from operating a golf cart on certain roadways unless he or she possesses a valid learner's driver's license or a valid permit. It also then prohibits a person 18 years of age or older from operating a golf cart unless they have a valid government ID. So those pieces of legislation passed over the session, and then I want to also touch on a little bit of the appropriations. As Jonathan mentioned, the appropriation process went very, very quickly this year. We had great champions in Senator Katsaliud and Representative Lopez, as well as their staff worked diligently championing all of your requests. We were able to secure $450,000 for flood control mitigation. We were also able to secure $450,000 for the sand replacement. That's in addition to $950,000 that were secured through DEP by the manager and his phenomenal staff, working with them to make sure that you also had those funds. We were also able to procure $100,000 for special needs program, and we were also, again, I have to give kudos to the city manager, was able to procure $500,000 for library funding. So the village did phenomenally in a very kind of tough and fast budget session. I'd like to hand it back over to Jonathan, see for any other comments or questions.
The only additional comments I want to make is, we're very fortunate. The mayor and Steve were quite present through our entire efforts, and that makes a difference. Being able to work and collaborate closely and have that footprint, the visible presence in the Capitol, and frankly, just the touch points throughout the legislative session. One of the things that the village does particularly well is plan ahead. And I can tell you the manager works very closely with us throughout the year. It makes a difference, and I think the results that you saw are evidence of the process and the engagement. So I want to express our appreciation. It makes our job easier to do, makes it easier to get the wins that we're able to get for the village. And with that, I will close and not take any more of your time.
Yes, I'm going to open it up for our council to be able to ask a couple of questions on the results. Mr. Moss?
Thank you. First, I want to thank our mayor and our manager. I know you guys were flying up there a lot, and any other council members that may not know that went up there or made phone calls. I want to thank all of you guys, our lobbyists. You guys are doing a great job, and for sure our senator and our representative. Thank you very much. And going through the list is very impressive. I just want to add one thing that I think is very, very important, and I come from the idea that local government is the most important government in the United States. That's where the government speaks directly to the people. They can make decisions. And, year after year, we've seen the state legislation take away powers continually, little by little, away from the local government, which really takes away from the people to make their own decisions, their own fate, things that concern them directly. That's not a one size fits all. It's a one size that ends up fitting none in some ways. So I just want to make sure that we keep that at top of mind, that when you're there, we need a champion to help us, with the state, saying, we understand what our role is as the state, but we have to allow the people have control where they live and not take certain, authorities away from them. And, and hopefully we see a change, but, I think this is something that's not just for Key Biscayne, but everybody across the entire state, all your people that you guys represent are worried about this, because it takes away our ability to control where we live. So just wanted to keep that in mind while you're there, and add that to your list. And hopefully we'll I know you're only one of many, but we need a champion up there for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Anything on either side here?
I suppose just if I might, it occurs to me that it's arguable that there are times when preemption is thought to be appropriate. I'm thinking of texting while driving. The idea of having a patchwork of legislation throughout the state doesn't make a lot of sense. But for that to occur and then there to be an absence of state action on the issue leaves the void that creates unmanageable problems that we can't address locally, and they're not addressed at the state, and things don't move. So there's that to bear in mind as well. If you're going to preempt, act.
And I think it's fair to say that there were a grouping of issues that were sort of multi-jurisdictional in nature that the state got involved in. Texting while driving is obviously one of them. I think there are others, ride sharing, et cetera, to avoid sort of the patchwork effect. But the trend has certainly been towards preemption, and we're very cognizant of it. And I can promise you on behalf of the village, we make our voices heard, and we make the case. And we did that both as your lobbyist, but also in tandem with the mayor and the manager when they came up. These are conversations we have, we will continue to have. But to your point, Councilmember Moss, this is an issue for all local governments, and it's not something that we individually can shape. It's something we have to continue to be diligent about.
And just to add to that, this is why it's so important, our efforts to work with the Florida League of Cities. They provide an incredible amount of support on those big ticket issues that are the big preemptions. That's really very important, along with Florida County Association. I mean, these local government, our involvement with those local government associations is very helpful in making that fight. And I know that Chad works very closely with the Miami-Dade League and the Florida League on a lot of those issues also. I wanted to just hammer home just a little bit, and Mr. Manager, you can help me out. So we're talking about $450,000 for the flood control mitigation. We're going to use that right now in the project that we've already let, right?
We will. We'll kick off sometime in late August.
Okay.
Using that funding that was acquired from the state.
So that's going to be an immediate thing. Talk to us a little bit about the sand replacement and how that worked by us being able to get the $950,000 in the state budget.
Okay, well, so as we all know, last fall, between Ian and Nicole, we suffered a beach loss that I don't think anybody expected, since we were not in the direct impact of the hurricanes. So once we saw the significant loss, we began talking with the state, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and we are already a part of what they call the Beach Management Funding Assistance Program. And so that's what we do on an annual basis. We do our monitoring. And as a result of that, we were able to request the funding to replace the lost sand. So that program only funds 50%. So we requested that 50% be put into the budget. It was approved. At the same time, we worked with Converge. We also worked with Representative Lopez, Senator Colada used her offices to get the $450,000. And the reason what we chose that money is when you are in a disaster area, you are funded or reimbursed 75% of your loss. So we made the argument that since we were impacted by a hurricane, 50% wasn't adequate. We got the additional money through appropriations, and so we'll be funded to 75%. Project design was already approved, I think during last council meeting. It's underway. Design should be done in September, October timeframe. Contract will be let, and the sand will begin to be replaced in February, March, and April.
Can you explain a little bit about the $100,000 for the special needs that was secured?
Sure. Again, and thanks to everyone involved, as we mentioned before, and as you know, this is something we've been working on now for about a year and a half. We had put some money into the budget last year, $50,000 to kick off our special needs program with our community center. That brought in some training. That brought in some initial programming. $50,000 only goes so far. But what that did is it enabled Todd and his team to begin to look at what programs we can do in the future. So we reached out, got this $100,000, and we'll begin to apply that $100,000 towards some of those programmings, either new programming or making some of our existing program more special needs accessible.
And last but not least, when we were up one of the times to Tallahassee, when I saw on my schedule this go by and see the library state people, I thought this was such a waste of time. I know this program, it really never works, where you can have a direct impact on it. So you guys want to tell them about how we fared with that?
So I think again that's twofold, right? I think first it is the great relationship we have with Ray Baker and the Miami-Dade Public Library System, and the way he's engaged with the village in developing our new branch library, which is currently under design. And he reached out to us with late December, early January, said they were going to submit a grant on our behalf for additional funding for the library and additional being able to modify. If you haven't seen the design of the initial design of the library, upstairs is going to have a significant amount of community space to be used. So that $500,000 is to use to enhance that capability. We work with Ray Baker. We submitted an endorsement to the Director of Library Services, and of course you and I, Mayor, made the visit. I think you were there, Jared, right? And Jared was there. And then we made a follow-up thanking her for her hospitality, and lo and behold, we got $500,000.
Great. This adds up to 2.45 million. So I think we really had a very good season in Tallahassee. And thanks again to the senator and our representative, Ms. Lopez. And now we're getting ready to send you a different list that you can help us with next year. So
we're meeting August 15th.
Ready.
Yeah, can you explain a little bit about the legislature starting early so that everybody would understand that, so that we're getting ready for that?
Sure. So the legislature has alternating start times each year. On election years, they meet earlier. On non-election years, they meet later. We're heading into election season, so this cycle will begin September, early. So we're not very far away from the beginning of the next legislative cycle. That's the beginnings of the committee weeks. At some point during that process, there is a deadline for the filing of appropriations. So we need to meet very early to decide what are the things that we're going to request so we can kind of get in queue and work our way through the committee process to have eligibility to even be considered for an appropriation. So the process doesn't really, there's no off season for us in that sense, particularly when you're coming into an election year. But the bulk of the activity, the legislative session, January, February. So by beginning of March, we'll have a sense of what we were able to get through the legislative process, and then we'll enter back into veto season. So there's really very little downtime in a year like this. It's a compressed cycle.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming. Again, thanks to the senator who is still here with us. We really appreciate all you've done for Key Biscayne. So thank you, Senator.
Great job.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a presentation on invasive reptiles in Florida given by conservation biologist Joseph A. Wasilewski.
So I wanted to, I had a conversation with, I'll just call him Joseph because I can't pronounce his last name.
Joe, it's good.
Joe, about, this is something I get all the time, and I'm sure all of you get it, is what can we do about the iguanas? It it affects our properties. They are, to put it bluntly, crap all over the place. So I was introduced to an expert in this field, so I asked him to come and make a short presentation and explain to us what's going on in this area and whether or not there's something we can do about it. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for having me, everybody here. And this is certainly going to be something a little different than you've been listening to. We're kind of like bringing Animal Planet to Key Biscayne here. I've been working with iguanas for over 40 years. I work in 18 different countries, and I used to work to conserve iguanas. And now, with these, what's happening with this explosion in their population, is now I'm working on removing them. So I'm gonna kind of go around about here a little bit, just tell you the range map. On the left is their normal range, and actually the one on the bottom is the range in Florida. They can't really go further north than, say, Lake Okeechobee. We're ground zero right here, actually, Key Biscayne, for green iguanas, and I'm sure everybody's here that knows, you've seen them, you see them every day, I bet. Countries where they're native. They're found in a lot of different countries, Mexico, Central and South America, and throughout the Caribbean. Countries and islands with invasive species of iguanas. You could just read all of these, and as we're speaking, there are more and more. Cuba, Hispaniola, Lesser Antilles, I'll be there next month working with them. Jamaica, Turks and Caicos. So green iguanas are really a green scourge for us right now. And you're going to see some of the problems. I did want, I'm just going through this in a few minutes. We're doing 40 years of work in 10 minutes here. So you've got to give me a little thing here. One island that I really want to talk about is Grand Cayman. Grand Cayman, prior to 1999, there were 0 green iguanas on the island. Somewhere in between, the next few years, workers brought them in. They have some Honduran workforce, and iguanas there are eaten regularly. So many times the workforce will bring the iguanas and let them go and let them procreate, and you've got, you can, chicken of the trees, they call them. Anyway, by 2016, they estimated the population 1.6 million. And in 18, the government instituted this culling program where they hired people with these high-powered pellet rifles, Caymanians, and in 3 years, 1.3 million iguanas were gone from the island. And I've seen talks from people in Grand Cayman, and I've literally seen dump trucks full of iguanas going back to the landfill. However, it was a price of around, what did I say, around $9 million US. That's a lot of money. So there's still 1.6 million were there. They removed 1.3. There's 300,000 left. If you take your foot off the gas pedal, their numbers are going to come right back up. So what are the real issues? 25 years ago here in Crandon Park or more, I was filming for National Geographic and found a nest with 60 eggs They have a lot of youngsters. They're fond of ornamental vegetation, as you folks probably know, and they eat native vegetation, including some endangered plants and host plants for some endangered species. Burrows they dig, and that can affect the integrity of seawalls and homes and roads. In Puerto Rico, they actually collapse the road by digging under it. In some parts of the Bahamas, this picture on the bottom left is a runway that they were burrowing under the runway. So not only is that an FAA hazard, but can you imagine, I was in Fort Lauderdale going to the Bahamas to remove iguanas, and the planes, the major jet planes, were stopped because there was a 5-foot, 15-pound green iguana in the runway. It could cause a lot of damage. Bacteria, we know about that, and as it was already mentioned by the mayor, I'll put it in another sense, they have no sense of sanitation habits, and especially in and around yards and pools. And the photos are on the bottom are a beautiful bougainville hedge in the Bahamas before iguanas, and the same hedge after iguanas. Removal methodology. Everybody, there's cowboys all over South Florida now. They're shooting them. I don't know if they're allowed to shoot them on Key Biscayne. My company has removed about 35,000 iguanas without any guns at all. We do it all by hand. We trap, we noose, we snare, many different ways, but the best method is Mother Nature. When we get a cold snap, we'll see it on the news. They'll put green iguanas or red iguanas if it gets in the 30s. So what do we do with the iguanas? We're looking for answers. The only thing we can do right now is euthanize them. We'd like to send them back to where they belong. Some of those countries I told you where they originate, they're protected. They're very rare there. So there's going to be some slides here of some of the work that my guys do, and we remove iguanas on a systematic approach. We're not some cowboys out there just shooting them. We measure, we weigh them, we sex them, we open up the females, we find out when they're breeding, how many eggs they're having, and we do all the science. The captive bolt is the method that's accepted by the American Veterinarian Medical Association, and that's what they use for livestock, to euthanize livestock. Just to let you know, I work in an island, Cat Key, some of you guys might know, just south of Bimini. 34 trips, we've removed almost 22,000 iguanas from one small island, about 100 acres. I don't know how many acres Key Biscayne is, but I got a feeling you got a lot more than that. So all of this equals about 14 iguanas per hour that we're removing. Puerto Rico has taken matters into their own hands. They've got guided hunts, and they even bring grandmothers there to hunt. So Puerto Rico has their own method. And I already mentioned Facebook has a Florida Iguana Hunters and Other Invasive page. And I will tell you one thing. I love it. Nobody loves iguanas more than I do, even though I have to remove them. But to see all of this is kind of sad for me. And I don't know how they get away from shooting, but they're in and around canals, and it's all over. Anybody here can look at that page. Many startup companies, in fact, some of you may have hired some of these companies to get rid of iguanas around your pools, or some of the HOAs here may have used them, or the resorts. A lot of, 10 years ago, there was no iguana removal companies. Now there's probably 30 or 40. Florida has other methods of removing iguanas. The first shot is the Florida Keys. Second shot is a Cuban croc at Zoo Miami. And I do know of a crocodile in Crandon Park that's learned to feed on iguanas. And that crocodile knows when they cross the lake, and he'll go after them. And just a couple other things. I'm sure you've heard of the pythons, and we've got tegu lizards. And Florida has so many different species of this invasive herpetofauna, is just reptiles and amphibians. We're not alone. The Canary Islands, Hawaii, in Guam, a U.S. territory, we spent over $50 million in the last 30 years trying to remove brown tree snakes that have literally taken some of the native birds, and they're extinct now. I don't know if you guys have seen this one yet, but this one, if it's not here, it's coming. And it's called a red-headed agamid. It's only about 10, maybe 12 inches. And if they're not here, they will be. They're just all over the rest of Florida. So what's the solution? Legislation, permitting, ownership, develop programs for removal. That's kind of my forte, and keeping pressure on them. If you don't keep pressure on them, they're going to just, numbers are going to come right back up. A lot of times they get put in other islands through shipping containers, through nurseries in Florida. That's how their highways are getting throughout the Caribbean. So what does this mean for Key Biscayne? As a board, are you going to do anything? Do we want to do anything? If there's funding available, then I would recommend a multi-tiered approach to this. And it's not going to be overnight. Residents should be made aware of this because they're going to be removed. Results will not be felt for a while. And in fact, we're working on a program right now to remove iguanas from an island near St. Martin. And we're going to get every single one of them off, which will be the first time that a reptile population, invasive reptile population, has been removed. So one of the things I wanted to mention, I think I mentioned it to the mayor before, is even if you do clean up Key Biscayne, we call them seed areas. You've got the Lighthouse, that's a state park. You've got Crandon Park, the Miami-Dade County parks, Virginia Key. You have the Seaquarium. You have all the resorts. So my suggestion will be get together with some of these. The state of Florida, the Game Commission, does have programs to remove green iguanas in some state parks in the Florida Keys. Maybe we could get them to add Bill Baggs, right? Yeah, right. Bill Baggs Park. Yeah. So, and I do know Miami-Dade County is trying to work on some kind of program to remove them. So I think if you can get all these stakeholders together, and I don't even care if I get the job or not. In fact, I'd rather not. But I could steer everybody towards the right, I guess, the right way to do this. So can history repeat itself? Bison, there was 30 to 60 million when Columbus came, and by 1884, we killed all except 325. And this is just a pile of skulls that they were going to grind down for fertilizer. So when people say, can we really get rid of them, look at history. And by the way, at Zoo Miami, the iguanas live in the gorilla paddock, and the gorillas have learned to feed the iguanas. So that would be it. If you have any questions, I'm all ears. And I guess you can, if anybody wants to contact me, I didn't put my number on there, but I guess you can get the number from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Quick question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks. I guess I just wanted to understand from the standpoint of population, what is your projection based on Key Biscayne and your experience working with communities like this? What would you assume the population is of iguanas right now?
I couldn't give an educated guess on the numbers. I'd have to do a little bit of assessment, but just figure out, I forgot how many square kilometers Grand Cayman is. And they went from 0 to 1.6 million in 16 years. So, however, iguanas have been here since Crandon Park. And they left in the late 70s, 80-ish, something like that. So that I think was the original start of the iguanas here on Key Biscayne. So numbers I couldn't give you without more assessment, except to say they're very common. And right now is the hatching season. You guys are going to see these little guys just jutting all over the place.
And I guess my question was more from the standpoint of if there is a proliferation of iguanas throughout, I think it would be good for us to know if we are at that point or not. And I guess the second question that I had is there a point where they stop?
No.
Or they just keep going?
They're going to keep going until every.
I mean, if we just let them grow, there'll just be iguanas all over the place. So just.
Yeah, when one female can have 60 eggs in 1 year, and global warming is actually helping. They love the hotter the weather, the better they love it. So that's exacerbating the problem. So I guess you're saying, is there a carrying capacity? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I mean, is there a point where they stop?
We haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
But one thing, in addition to what your question, is this, I said in the beginning of this presentation that I spent 40 years studying iguanas, and now we're removing them. So this is a whole new science of removing invasive species, like the pythons in the Everglades and all that. So we're still learning.
Yeah, I guess from the standpoint of just an observer, I don't know. I mean, I see them around, and I see some really big ones, but I don't sense that we have an invasion of iguanas. But I think it's important to know what is a benchmark population and what constitutes a exhausted type of population where it's just invasive. So I just
they're totally invasive. I don't have numbers on that. But just one quick example, a couple of years ago, one of your residents, Pete Zuccarini, he's a friend of mine, he says, hey, my wife just planted a garden and we've got 6 iguanas that ate, the tomatoes or whatever. And I went out that night with my son and we got 26. So 6, there's a lot more than you see.
And
if I remember, the next day they had some again. Like it was there. It's a problem.
And he's connected to my backyard, so that's why I have so
I keep looking at
And
seeds because
they're
we've got like a
favorite
real nursery going.
Bougainville. Favorite food by far.
Yeah. I mean, and if we are going to encourage a removal of them, I would certainly encourage that we do not allow folks to take it on their own hands or little BB guns or whatever. We certainly want to.
I don't like that.
I mean, certainly we want to have some control of the population, but we don't want to put it on cowboys out there,
right?
Or kids, whatever. We want to play with BB guns and shoot iguanas.
Shut down a whole school.
Yeah.
The only way to do this is a systematic approach, and that is what's being developed not only by myself, but a lot of different scientists and universities and agencies in different countries. So, and Florida, we spend all of our resources, of our money, on the Burmese python. That gets, I think, $1 or $2 million a year out of our legislature. I don't quote that number, but I know I remember the first year was at least $1 million.
Can you control mosquitoes?
I have one other question. In terms of a systematic approach, how big are like their territories, right? Like, so if you wanted to sort of attack the problem sort of street by street, or like how far do they roam from, say, my backyard?
So if we removed, let's just say, Hibiscus Street, every single one, they're going to be back in a week or two from other areas. So they pretty much stay to a range, and one male it has as many as 8 females, and so they're quite prolific, as we all know.
And how often?
Once a year they breed. Okay. They breed in March-ish, like February, March, and they deposit eggs in April, and they hatch right now for the next month.
I find the eggs.
Okay, we'll
thank you.
We have it as a discussion item later on. So thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you. It's been very instructive.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the consent agenda.
All those in favor of moving the the consent agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Keep it going.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to apply for a hazard mitigation assistance grant from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to obtain funding for a stormwater pump station at Harbor Park and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Frank, you pulled it?
Well, I guess okay, so two parts to this, I suppose. The site specificity at this stage in project iteration, coupled with the, call it expectations of a recreational open space area, and the implication of a footprint that's gotten more outsized than was expected.
Sure. So the application is for a grant to construct. And the specificity of that location, the pump station, is going to need to be included in that application. I'm going to check with our grant consultant to see if we could, as Mr. Simon suggested, be a little bit more vague in that regard, but there is a request for information process that follows an HMGP grant where we do have to get fairly specific. The point of the HMGP application is it basically goes through a benefit cost analysis. So you say, I'm going to mitigate flooding to this degree. This is what your benefit is in property value, risk reduction, and this is the cost. And they run a analysis that gives you a score. And if you score high enough, then you rank high enough, and then you get funded. Our score is very good. I don't know what the odds are exactly whether we would get the grant or not, but we have two opportunities with Hurricane Ian and Nicole. Mr. Simon's correct. We can apply for the same project for each of those and have two chances. I'll need to double check on the location piece. As far as the footprint goes, I think where we're at right now is still at the stage that we were at with the community meeting with Harbor Park, where we went through some general conceptual designs at a very high level. We have not drilled down on what that footprint would actually look like. There are configurations where you're going to have some, definitely a decent amount of usable space in that park. The park itself is not regulation size anything. So as far as what type of athletic sports or practices could be played there, that's not something, that's not a conversation I've been a part of, but maybe the manager can speak a little bit more to what, no? Okay. So we'll just see where the design goes, but I would hesitate to change the location because part of this application includes the 30% design, basis of design report that AECOM put together. And the only location that we've been able to find in that area is Harbor Park. And to stop that process and try to find something else would really move things around.
I suppose that would require acquiring another property.
A new property. Probably.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Where do I start with this? First of all, I really appreciate the fact that staff is looking at financial opportunities to address our substantial drainage needs, and that goes without saying, and I want to commend everybody for doing that. The first thing that comes to mind is the specificity of what we're asking for, because we're asking for a specific type of pump station, a specific location, without really, I guess, understanding what the overall discharge methodology will be. I mean, I know we have our challenges, and I know it's minimum. I mean, from the standpoint of it's limited, the standpoint we can discharge. Are we talking about discharging directly to the bay? Are we talking about discharging to injection wells, through injection wells? I mean, it's more from the standpoint of master planning, I guess. There is a aesthetic component about it. There is a utilization component on it, but there's also a discharge methodology that I think we need to understand prior to engaging into, these types of requirements. I guess I'm not trying to say that the pump station we should or should not have a pump station, but I think what I'm missing in the discussion is how are we planning to collect all the drainage along Key Biscayne, and where are we going to discharge it? Are we going to find opportunities when we get the money? Are we going to build a pump station? Or are we going to first define how we're going to go ahead and treat and discharge the drainage, and then we're going to go after the funding? I'm not saying that we should not go after the funding, but I think we want to add that component into the process of, to our thought process, I would say.
So just to clarify, you would like to understand a little bit more about the village-wide system before we jump ahead into the K-8 component?
I guess what I haven't, the K-8 is critical. I understand it. I've seen it, I understand it from pretty much. And I know we're going to need some form of a discharge component. I know for a fact that we may be limited in what we discharge on the bay because we have smaller pipes. We also don't have a lot of room between the seawalls and the bottom, so how we're going to discharge. I know there's a lot of challenges on that, and I'm not suggesting that we should not have a pump station. What I'm introducing into the discussion is, should we develop a framework of a discharge methodology? Are we going, is the bay prohibited from a point discharge standpoint? Can we go ahead and just discharge water directly into the bay? Are we going to cause turbidity issues? Are we going to cause environmental issues? Should we be looking at an injection well? Should we be transporting the water somewhere else? Which there may be an opportunity looking at other areas outside of Key Biscayne within our perimeter to discharge the water.
Sure.
I guess I'm not criticizing this, and I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just saying, should we have another thought process that first understands what the discharge process is first, the methodology?
So my understanding of the reason why we don't do injection wells, and Roland might be able to correct me on this, is that the footprint that it would take to do that injection well is not feasible.
Yeah, I'm not saying it should be discharged. I'm saying is that I have not heard yet how we're going to capture the water and how we're going to discharge it, or where are we planning on discharging it. That's what I haven't heard yet in the discussions. Go ahead, Ron. Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead.
It seems thus far from what I've seen in AECOM's work doing the discharge deficit analysis, that fundamentally gravity-driven drainage wells are just going to lose their effectiveness over time.
Yeah.
And so fundamentally, we're going to be discharging to the bay, and fundamentally, it's going to be gravity to pump station to force main to the bay with the appropriate BMP treatment trains in line to deal with turbidity issues and water quality issues related to the stormwater. Deep injection wells are cost prohibitive and are fundamentally space prohibitive. So we're not really going to be able to go down the deep injection well road on Key Biscayne at $10, $15 million a well. It's really a non-starter. So basically, the discharge methodology that you're speaking to is fundamentally going to be pump stations to outfalls.
Okay.
At this point, that's everything that I've seen that AECOM has generated.
And that's fine.
In that direction.
But is it individual pump stations for every basin? Or is it a larger pump station that we could use to discharge the water somewhere else?
It's going to be clearly more than one pump station beyond just Harbor Park. And at this point, they're completing the village-wide drainage assessment, which will more clearly, I think, give us a handle on how many pump stations we might be looking at, but it's certainly going to be more than one, and it's certainly going to be beyond just Harbor Park.
Right. So that's fine. And if we're going in that direction, I think it's important, if we're going to be using these grants, which I think it's a great idea, and if we're going in that direction, because that's the only solution that we see that we can have to handle the drainage, I think it's important that we begin that discussion to understand what the locations are and how we can get the public to understand.
Yeah.
Because these are going to be significant structures that eventually are going to have a aesthetic impact to the community.
And I couldn't agree with you more, and that's why we scheduled a workshop on August 16th, which I'm hoping all of you will be able to attend in person, where AECOM is going to be basically giving a summary of the village-wide drainage assessment, what the implications are for the full system build-out, and Class 5 cost estimate of a preferred full system build-out, and then how K8 relates to that, and fits into that picture.
Right.
So in the meantime, we pretty much know, based on the BODR that was developed and completed, that K8 drainage basin, zone 1, is going to require a pump station in Harbor Park, essentially, and that the 3 existing outfalls are going to be used maximally to move the water to the bay. There is going to be an existing discharge deficit, which is going to require either moving water out of the K8 basin, north or south, or both. And if an additional easement can be secured to have an additional outfall, we can get closer to closing that discharge deficit and making the solution a standalone solution without having to move water north and south. But again, it's going to require another easement, it's going to require another outfall, it's going to possibly require a dissipator box in order to move the volumes that we're talking about and reduce the velocity, the outlet velocities to what they need to be to not scour out the bottom and erode the toe of the seawall.
Okay.
So we're pretty, that's pretty certain at this point.
And okay.
And
So
that's kind
you
of
guys got
motivating
it.
this.
I just want to make sure that everybody, at least, that you know, obviously pump stations are going to be critical to move the water, but I think we need to just kind of look at a way to minimize it and obviously address the issues that concern the community, because these are very big structures.
Yeah.
And they're ugly.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, there's going to have to be some form of an architectural component if we're going to
Absolutely.
incorporate them into the
Vision plan.
aesthetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave them.
That's why Brett's here.
That's right.
He's gonna dress them up really nice.
Just the engineer.
But we can get into the weeds on it on August 16th, where we really dive into the details of the BODR and the village-wide drainage assessment.
And I think what I like to add too, council member, if I could, we take what Mr. Simon said, obviously what you said, and I think a couple other council members. We'll check to see at the level of specificity that we have to put into this grant. If we could be a little less specific, we will. But you know, the old saying is, "Don't let a crisis go to waste." This money only comes around so often.
That I agree.
And so you know, let's put our name in the hat to get this money. And if we can be less specific, maybe that can, you know, as we go forward with the design, we can adjust accordingly.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Moss.
Yeah, just you know, just listening to Council Member or Fernando speak about this a little bit is, you know, we haven't gone through that August presentation yet that I'm looking forward to, and I've read in here that this is not binding or anything like that, but so that gives us some flexibility that if we change something based on policy, that hey, maybe we want to do this or that, we have some flexibility in this. This is just putting our name out there, and what happens? Like we get shortlisted, or
what is the step? It's quite a deliberate process, and Colin can go through it.
So what'll happen is this authorizes Steve or our village manager to sign the application. We'll submit the application. It'll go to the county for review. They'll come up with a list based of all of the ones that they've gotten. We've basically, it's kind of complicated. We've hit a certain tier of impact based off of those storms. And there's only a certain amount of money in our tier, which is a geographic area, to be allocated for. It's a small amount of money, but the idea is we're assuming or thinking that other parts of the state aren't going to use all of their allocation. And at that point, we get moved into that list as projects from other areas. And then they'll let us know if they want to recommend us up to FEMA. And then FEMA evaluates it. So it goes, you know, county, state, and then FEMA. And at that point, FEMA publishes their list of accepted projects, and we go through the process with the state, I think, of, you know, basically they're going to ask for a ton more information. They're going to do a lot of requests for information. We have 2 grants right now through the HMGP process that I think Jake Ozyman was working like at least a year on through requests for information. It's a slow process, and I think he applied for those 2 years ago, and we're just now getting notified of the funding. So the timing of this is pretty appropriate if we're trying to use it for construction for K8.
But if we decide that, you know, some of our parameters change, we need a smaller pump, even though we ask for this amount of money, that can be adjusted later, or you're stuck with that.
So the benefit cost analysis is based off of the property value risk reduction, which is based off of the amount of discharge that is being moved off of the road from a storm event, the 10-year, 24-hour that was selected. So if you change that amount that's being moved off, you're adjusting the amount of property value risk reduction, which will adjust your score. And I think we might want to stay away from doing that, especially if we submit an application with a certain score. If we then go back and want to change our score, then that's not quite probably what they're looking for.
But do we have to change it if we change in the design, or no, we don't have to?
What do you mean if you don't have to?
Well, it'd have to match our design.
You have to match
Yeah,
the design.
We could put, so for example, if we still moved the same amount of water off of the roads in a different way, that would, I mean, if our score doesn't change, if we're saying we're reducing the risk the same amount, they're happy. They just want to, the whole point of the program is to reduce future payments in the NFIP, so the National Flood Insurance Program. So if you reduce your risk through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, through these projects, then you end up having less claims as a community that then they'll have to pay out. And it's one of those, like, they're trying to mitigate the amount of money they have to pay out in the NFIP process. And so if you keep the risk reduction the same, they're usually fine.
I have two questions. The first is, so we had been talking about the fact that we didn't know exactly what the dollars and cents were going to be until we got the final, whatever, those percentage. So, but by signing this and submitting it now, it sounds like we're locking ourselves into the parameters we chose. Like we recently talked about, Brett was saying, you know, when we get the numbers, that's when we may say, you know, oh boy, we were looking for, like, you know, the Rolls Royce street removal of water, and maybe we have to go with like a Chevelle, right? Like, or somewhere in the middle. So if we apply for this, we're sticking with Rolls Royce.
The timing of it is not great because we don't really have another opportunity to apply for the HMGP program. If we wait, the pump station, like if you want to reduce your level of service, then that would probably make the grant application not quite as competitive, if not eligible. So that's not to say that if we had a lower level of service that we had started with and we applied for the same thing and it hit the right score, that they would still award it. The problem is if we apply for it with a certain score now, and then we decide we don't want to design to that level of service and it changes our score, I would have to do some research into seeing if we would still be able to use the grant funding.
Can I just add to that? It may also be that you maintain a level of service in the K8 basin as one of the most vulnerable basins, and then you adjust your level of service in other areas. So that's a possibility as well.
Good point, yeah.
Okay.
And then my second question, and I apologize if you've answered this, but the issues that were raised by Dr. Simon is there any way that we can accommodate some of that, just knowing that this money is going to be like a year out, and who knows, maybe someone donates a lot to us or something amazing?
Yeah, I'm going to look into that. We have an expert consultant that's working on this with us. I'm going to ask what level of specificity, as the manager pointed out, that we have to stick to. With any grant agreement for anything, the least detail that you have to give is good because it gives you that flexibility to use the money in a more reasonable way or accurate way depending on the time in which you have to use it. So definitely that's something we would jump on if we can be less specific.
Great, thank you.
I think this part of our conversation is really primarily about moving the requisite amount of water. Is it too early to presuppose that sticking with the metric that you've selected means a degradation in the resulting condition of this park? Is that a conclusion that we're ready to reach, or can we continue to be sensitive to the park design and the park purpose and not have this a dominating public works facility as opposed to a park?
I think the goal of this integrated park is to make the infrastructure not dominating at all. I think the idea is that the majority of this infrastructure is going to be underground, and there's going to be a smaller portion that's above ground. And we are going to work very closely with the top priority in mind to make it as usable as possible. And there may even be functions of that park that come out as additions to what it currently is as a result of the infrastructure that's put in. there's many examples of infrastructure that becomes a community asset, an amenity, something that can be transformed into something more than just a piece of infrastructure. And that's our goal here. Absolutely.
And I'd also like to add that through the process of developing the 30% design for the K8 basin, the footprint of the pump station hasn't been baked yet.
Right.
I mean, we've done an initial community meeting on the pump station and its potential impacts on Harbor Park, but it's not been cooked. And the footprint hasn't been decided, and that's something that is gonna play itself out during the course of the 30 to 100% design. And, you know, with the understanding that are gonna be additional community meetings required in order to nail that footprint down.
I think though that the not knowing is part of the fear, right? Like
Yeah.
you sell it like not knowing it could be even smaller, but I think the people who love it as a park are worried.
Yeah, I mean,
that not knowing could.
Agreed, but we've also been very clear along the way as to what structures are going to be required to be placed there. So there is some uncertainty for sure because we don't exactly know what the footprint is going to be, but we've been very clear as to what is going to exist and how it can be dressed or undressed to make it compatible with the designated use of a park.
Okay. Mr. London.
Yes, sir. Colleen, congratulations. Congratulations on the grants you get us up to now. And I 100% for this. For Steve to relax a little bit on, I can't remember, Toledo or one of the Venetian islands, there are pump stations like we're talking about. And it's between two, I would say about $25 million homes. And what they've done, basically everything is underground with the exception of controls, some switch gear, etc. And what they've done is they've gone ahead and they've landscaped around it. So the only thing you really see is the entrance to it, the door entering this area. Otherwise, it's not visible. It takes up very little space. And they have this pump station in a very, very expensive area with no problems. But I have another question is, how did you get to the number of 10 million and change?
That was based off of, so AECOM helped coordinate this, and it's based off of the basis of design report that was produced at the end of May, the 30% design.
Okay, I guess I haven't seen that or made aware of it. Did it also say in that design report what the total cost was going to be for the K8 basin?
There is a cost estimate for the whole K8 basin. That's going to be delved into more detail at the workshop.
No, I'm asking for detail. I'm just asking for a total number.
I mean, I think it's about 30. They added a 35% contingency. But the original, like, no contingency cost was about 25 million. With 35%, it was a little over 30.
So you're saying it's 35% of $25 million?
Well, the pump station itself is the 10.7, but the total cost of the basin is close to $30 million.
Yeah. That includes the paving, repaving, that includes everything.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
So we're looking at somewhere, about $35 million?
Sure, yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, again, I'm 100% for it. I think make the application. You can get the money. Fantastic. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Just to close, to me, when I read in detail the whole project description, you know, sometimes we look at a lot of minutia, but to me, what stuck out was the little box that we filled in that says drainage project that reduces localized flooding. I mean, I don't know how to put it any better. This is one of our mega goals is to reduce localized flooding. So to me, this is very important. This is one of the overarching goals that we have as a council, and that we've all talked about doing it. So I'll be definitely voting for this, and I think this is a good start. Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Mayor, may I have a clarification on the consent agenda? Who moved it and who seconded it?
I second, Joe moved.
Thank you. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Family Crossing Guard LLC for school crossing guard services in an amount not to exceed $240,282 annually, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Chief.
Who moved?
I'll move.
Mr. Sardinius moves it.
I'll second.
Ms.
Thank
McCormick seconds it. Please give us a quick background.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As has been directed by this council and previous councils, our school crossing guard contract came up for review. We did put it out to bid. We did receive 2 bids, one from our current contractor, Family Crossing Guard Services LLC, and we received another bid from a security company who had no previous experience with crossing guard services. I worked closely with our procurement specialists. We did call other companies to try to ascertain as to why they didn't bid, and the main reasons we were given was because of the driving distance and the availability to ascertain employees that would be willing to commit full-time. Nevertheless, we did receive and review both packets, and it's our recommendation to enter into contract with Family Crossing Guard Services LLC, who many of our citizens in the community are already familiar with, and they've been providing services and know many of our children and parents.
Any questions on the procurement? Ms. McCormick.
Mine's more of a comment, but I just wanted to share that we have some of our crossing guards here. So thank them for the wonderful work they do. Betty's here with her daughter, and I can't see who else is there, but they're amazing. And Betty's been with the village for a very, very long time with the police department before we went to this company. And I know they were all concerned about what it was going to be like when we switched. And it seems that they're all happy, and we have had good continuity. And I mean, they look after our children like they are their own. So I wanted to thank them for coming and for the hard work that they do.
Excellent. Good. Any other questions? No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Facilities Plan for the Zone 1 K8 Central Basin Stormwater Improvement Project, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Second. The item is properly before us. I'm required to have a public hearing. Public hearing is now open on 10D. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing on 10D is closed.
And I think we have a presentation if we can have, it's just, okay, it's on my screen. Thank you, okay. Good evening, council members. I want to introduce our 2 AECOM helpers here, Christina Rodriguez and Eric Alcantara. You've met Eric before. Christina helped us with this presentation. I want to give a little bit of an overview of what this is. This is the State Revolving Loan Fund design loan application for the K8 basin for 30 to 100% design. To date, we've completed 30% in May. This is the continuation of this project, and this is the financing mechanism that the village has selected as the most advantageous to be able to do so. In order to apply for the design loan, we had to put together a facilities plan that assumed that the K8 base of design report, the 30% design, was going to be progressed all the way through to completion, what exactly would that cost? Because the state revolving loan fund doesn't want to give money for design if they don't think that you can actually pay for constructing it. So I wrote in the memo that this is not committing to any construction costs. This is an exercise we had to do in order to complete the boxes and check the boxes for the facilities plan. The decisions around the level of service, the types of improvements that'll be had, everything that goes from 30 to 100% is still to be determined and going to be informed by you all as the council and the public. That being said, this is a presentation that's required as well by the State Revolving Loan Fund. It's going to go through basically the outline of what the facilities plan included. The facilities plan was available for the public to view online and in person for 2 weeks starting July 3rd prior to this date. And the public hearing that was just open, I think closed already, was also required as a part of the process as well. So with the I want to go over a little bit of the benefits of the loan as well. The design loan is going to be a low interest loan. It's going to be 2.29%. It's going to be paid over a 10-year period. It's amortized annually, and we don't have to start paying that back until we're completely done with design. Our plan is to apply for a construction loan after that design is complete, and we know exactly what that design looks like and what it's going to cost. And the numbers you're about to see in terms of construction will be definitely modified, gone through with more fidelity for the construction loan. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to AECOM to start the presentation off, and I'll finish it.
Thank you. So pretty much just reiterating what Colleen was saying, this is just pretty much mimicking what the actual facilities plan looks like. So we'll go over the cost and benefit analysis, also the actual financial feasibility. We'll also do an overview of the public participation process. We'll do a walkthrough of the very thorough environmental impacts and benefits, if any, and the proposed tentative schedule that's baked into the planning document for this proposed stormwater infrastructure. Seems like you guys are very well aware, but where are these improvements intended to take place? So the village is proposing stormwater infrastructure improvements to provide flood mitigation for the K-8 school basin, and this is just a high-level overview. So the streets identified for the stormwater improvements are shown in blue, and the stormwater pump station is proposed in Harbor Park, which you can see on the right-hand side. And why are we seeking this loan/improvements? So the project is intended to mitigate localized flooding and enhance public safety around this region. The existing stormwater infrastructure is disconnected, and it has predominantly small diameter stormwater pipes. So it essentially makes runoff conveyance inefficient. And so the project will enhance the treatment of stormwater discharged to Biscayne Bay, so ultimately improving stormwater quality. And also forced pumping will be required to address high tides / anticipated sea level rise. And with that, I will pass it to Eric.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Council. So as we mentioned already, to fund the project, the village will be seeking a state revolving fund or SRF loan to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So as part of the loan application, an alternative analysis was completed, and the requirements of this analysis tell you that we need to analyze at least 3 alternatives, and one of the alternatives has to be do nothing. So with that in mind, some of the alternatives may sound a little repetitive, but just bear with us because we had to go through the motions of looking at different alternatives for a solution. So as we mentioned before, alternative number 1 is do nothing. We do believe that this alternative is unacceptable because the cost of continued localized flooding, including the adverse impacts to the public and environment, will be unbearable, and we have to do something to save our island paradise. So alternative number 2 considers the replacement of a small diameter pipes with a larger diameter conveyance system. This alternative also includes the restoration and construction of swales. This alternative slightly improves the response of the stormwater system in the vicinity of the school. When we say slight improvements, we mean the duration of flooding and the depth of flooding does not change significantly. So you will still see flooding with this solution. So alternative number 3 considers the same as alternative 2 with the addition of the rehabilitation and improvement of the existing outflow locations, and also brings in the component of stormwater pump station in Harbor Park, which will also have water quality structures in response to high-intensity rainfall events and allow for better discharge. So I know you're seeing a lot of numbers now, so I'm going to explain with alternative 2 what we mean, and it's the same as alternative number 3. So the construction cost will be $13,221,000 and change. But we have to look holistically at what the entire life of the asset, which is 30 years. So the annual operation and maintenance cost for alternative number 2, for example, is $144,000. And the end of life cycle replacement cost, or basically when the system gets to its useful life, you will have to replace it. So that cost will be $27 million. So what we have to do, we have to look at that 30-year span and bring it to today's dollars via an engineering economics analysis. So that number for alternative number 2 will be $53 million, and doing the same analysis for alternative number 3, the number will be $109 million. So it's an apples to apples comparison. So with that, alternative number 3 is our selected alternative, and it's also the alternative under which we base the cost estimates and the selected alternative on our basis of design report and the 30% design. This alternative has the highest cost, but it does has the technical merits to justify the investment. Why? Because of the ability to mitigate flood conditions in the project area. So with that, we also got into the environmental effects and benefits. As I mentioned before, in Harbor Park, there will be substantial water quality treatment and water quality structures prior to discharge into Biscayne Bay to comply with county and state regulations. So the project will not have any significant adverse impacts to human health or environmental impacts on minority or low-income communities. It will benefit the general public in multiple ways, i.e. reduced flooding. And since the project is within an established community, it is not anticipated to adversely affect threatened or endangered flora and or fauna, surface waters, wetlands, or undisturbed natural areas. So with that, I'll pass it to Colleen.
So this is our schedule that we put into the facilities plan. It gives us a lot of buffer. I think you've probably seen some tighter timelines for your own viewing, but we want to make sure that we don't have to ask for extensions if we don't have to when we go through the loan process. And with this presentation and this facilities plan approval, what we're asking is the ability to apply for a loan. And I think I put this in the memo, there will be many opportunities for the council and the public to decide or have input on whether we even accept the loan. I think it's 2 readings for an ordinance to actually take on debt. And then obviously the design component is to be determined at the 30 to 100% level. This page is specifically about the projected construction cost and the projected construction loan that we would be asking for the state revolving fund if we were to pursue the 30% design to completion as is. As you can see, the total cost to be amortized would be around $30 million, and the annual debt service would be about $2.1 million, but that's including a 15% coverage factor. This is what was included in the capital financing plan because it was required as a part of the facilities plan. You're not committing to any construction costs. Okay. And this is an even more intimidating slide, but this was also a part of the facilities plan and essentially takes into account your projected revenues over your projected expenses, given the additional design and then, construction loan and sort of how that's going to shake out for your net annual stormwater fee. And I will say that the increased design as well as the increased cost of construction and the loan and debt service coverage will require a stormwater fee increase. That is to be determined in terms of exactly what that's going to look like, and the fidelity involved with the actual construction cost is going to be a lot more accurate with what that'll be. And I promise you, we're going to be as efficient and targeted as possible with stormwater fees. But the state
Colleen, what are we applying for?
The state revolving loan fund.
Right, but what? What is it going to do for us?
It's going to allow us to finance the a good portion of the K.
The design fees?
The design, yeah.
So we're talking about the 3.8.
I'm sorry.
The 3.8 for design.
Oh, yeah, 3.8 loan, yeah.
That's what we are applying for.
The loan is just for the 3.888,662 million.
Is everybody clear on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, questions on where we're at
I
here?
understand.
Hold on a minute, Allison.
No,
Ed, I think Councilmember London was trying to speak, maybe.
Go ahead, Ed.
My question, this is going to apply to this money for the 30 to 100% design fee for ACOM?
Yes.
Yeah, the 70% left too.
Yeah.
Now, is this the total amount?
This is, so the
Do we have
storm,
it right?
the state revolving fund funds the stormwater specific components of the design, and because you have to open up the roadways to do stormwater, it'll fund the stormwater and roadways.
But do we have a price that we're going to have to pay ACOM for the 30 to 100% fee?
Yes,
How much is that?
3.8 million.
That's on top of the construction cost? We talk about the 28 million construction cost. Does that include that? Or is that 28 million plus the 3.8?
The construction cost is separate from the design cost in this case.
Okay, and is it separately also from a coordination cost or project management cost that we'd have Black and Beach do? Is that separate also?
Yes,
I think what he's asking is what is the full all-in amount?
the full all-in amount for the program.
For Zone 1, yeah.
For Zone 1. That's not something that I am prepared to answer. We don't have that information at this moment.
My next question, which is not a question, it's really, here we are, this is a great project, and everybody wants it done sooner than later. And now we have an idea, even though it's a rough idea, that maybe it's 35 million, maybe 38 million, to do the K8 basin. And doing this on the method you talked about here, which is to go ahead and hire ACOM to complete the 30 to 100% thing, to then bid documents, hire a contractor, build the thing, hire Black and Beach, pay them $1.3 million now, another $3 million to coordinate and be our project manager on that project. And to do that, we as council, again, I do not feel comfortable doing that, to not know if we decided to go with a design build, where the builder design firm would go ahead and provide the design. We would not hire ACOM. We would probably not hire Black and Beach. We would probably get it done a year sooner. But you know what? It might not be a good deal. Maybe they want more money. But until we find out if, number one, there are design build firms that are interested in doing it, and number two, having them submit bids so we can compare that to decide, should we do design build? Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should go with this process. But until we have that information, how can we as council look at our residents in the face and say, hey, we did the best thing, we considered everything? Because unless we consider that, we haven't considered the other alternative. So by going forward with this, are we bypassing and say, wait, we're not going to do that? We're not going to consider design build? Is that what we're saying here, Colleen?
No, not necessarily. You're applying for a low-cost loan to do design work.
On Zone 1.
On Zone 1.
But Joe, when we do design work, design builder, he does it, not us. We don't hire. We have a lump sum. Now, can we use this money towards paying him?
If I may,
If we
Mayor.
decide to go with design build?
Well, I think what we're seeing, I think what's being shown in here is what would the cost of the design be, which would be pretty similar. I don't know what the contractor price would be, but the contractor would ask, the engineer would have to provide the contractor with a price for design, and I'm sure it would be in the same ballpark. I think what's making this a bit more attractive from the standpoint of moving forward and getting it done is that the money will be upfront, coming up at a low percentage rate, which if we were to defer that money or send that money to put it into the contractor's price, I'm not sure whether we would achieve that. It would have to be paid out of our pockets, right? It would not come out of, so I see that as a difference. You see what I'm saying? The designer, to get into a design build, I'm sorry, Bradley, it's 30%. The rest is 70% will have to be packaged with a contractor's price. Right here, what's being put on the table is 100% of the design with a loan.
100% of that design
loan.
costs.
Yes, under a loan, under a 1 something%. But if we put that, if we shift the remaining 70% of the design into the contractor's price, I'm not sure whether we could utilize this vehicle to offset the impact of cost. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? So that's where I see the difference, Ed.
Fernando, what you're saying makes sense to a certain degree, but I cannot imagine a design builder spending anywhere in the amount of money we would spend hiring AECOM. Not that AECOM's not a good firm, not that they're good at a good price, but if history bears it out, contractors in this kind of business do it much more efficiently and much less expensively than public governments or public bodies do it. And also in the presentation, when it talks about this money, it talks about what it says in the, I guess, second paragraph, but the funding becomes available as funds become available. In other words, we're going to go forward with AECOM right away, but according to this, unless I misunderstood, we don't know if these funds will be available or not to us, or we will be getting them.
It's a fair point. I don't know if they will be available or not. It's just what's being presented. Are they going to be available?
I can explain the process
you go
of this. So the way that this works is every year the FDP, State Revolving Loan Fund, gets capitalized with a certain amount of money, and they get new money in August for their August meeting. In advance of that August meeting, they have communities and authorities of utilities put together these applications for planning, design, and construction projects with all of this information that's required. They evaluate that. They put it through the clearinghouse process with environmental review, and I think National Fish and Wildlife will send that, a final copy to them for them to review. There's a public comment period for all of these at the state level, and then they score them. And depending on how well you score and how much money they have based off of the repayments that came from prior loans and the money that was capitalized with whatever appropriations came from the federal government, you could get your whole thing funded in that go. If you don't get funded in August, you reapply in November with the same project. And there are some projects that keep repaying, and there'll be a couple more millions of dollars to put on new projects in November. And then every quarter that process continues until you hit August of the next year when they're capitalized again and they have the most money to give out. So by us applying now, we're going to make it into the August deadline, and we'll have the best chance that we can to get the loan. You'll still have to go through the process of approving the loan as an ordinance, but
yeah, but I think
Councilmember.
Hold on a minute, Ed.
I think Councilmember London's point has a merit from the standpoint of saying, what would be the preferred deliverable for a project like this? When on one side, we got the opportunity to get a loan and pay it off in time and get the design done at no cost initially, no initial cost, but we're limiting ourselves on the deliverable. Unless you guys can come up with a solution to say, okay, we can still use that money for design and pay part of that to the design build team. What's going to happen is, like what I was saying, I mean, we could only pay up to 30%, and the contractor's going to grab it and it's going to give us a price. And that price will have construction and design. And that design will be what will have to be absorbed somewhere.
I will say that this operates kind of like a line of credit.
Right.
I'll need to check whether we could follow a different procurement method. Either way, what we've proposed is based off of the same information. So if we could go design build with this, we would still be applying the same piece.
Right.
The amount of money that we would use, I'm guessing, is what Councilmember London is referring to, because he thinks it might be cheaper if we go design build versus design bid build.
Faster, more efficient. It's just choosing a deliverable.
Right. Yeah. We're not obligated to borrow all of this money at all. This is actually the higher end So what we did was we included as much as we thought could be eligible for SRF funds in this design loan cost estimate, just to make sure that if we could use that money for a particular piece of the design, then we had the option. We didn't want to sell ourselves short. So it's a reimbursement based.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Moss.
Well, I think you just answered the question I was going to ask. Is that we don't have to use it. We can. It's not tying us into one deliverable. It's just something that we have. If we want to go to the design side and go that way, we can, and we can borrow from it. If we want to go design build, we can figure that out. If the fee changes in any way, I don't know if the fee is tied to the construction cost, and if the construction cost changes or it's not. Okay. So you know, if anything adjusts, we can do that. We're not tied to any price.
And in this case, we can even change the design and even the level of service.
Absolutely. That's exactly it.
Perfect.
So that Ed hears it loud and clear, this doesn't preclude a design-build solution.
I need to revisit that with someone from FDEP to be absolutely sure. And it might be a matter of making sure the invoicing is separated in some way. But I do need to come back to you with an actual answer on that, because I don't want to commit to saying yes if I'm not absolutely sure.
Okay. Ed, any other further questions?
Well, basically, when would we be awarding ACOM a 30 to 100% contract?
We would have to vote on it, right?
So, I mean, when are you proposing, when is management planning on to bring it forward for us to discuss it and vote on it?
So, Councilmember London, I think it's been mentioned a couple times, we've got the workshop on August 16th. Once we go through that process, the council makes decisions on the level of service and the way they want us to move forward. That's when we'll modify the work order, and they'll bring it forward to council after that.
So we're talking about September, Steve?
I'd like to move it that quickly if we could. Yes.
I don't think we have it in September. It's gonna be
And so
October.
therefore, whatever we do today is not going to hurt us one way or the other.
No, this is just, really, in honesty, this is just giving me the authority
To apply for
put
it.
our name on the list.
Yeah.
In order to actually get the loan, we still have to come back to council another time, just the way we've done the previous state revolving fund. So this is really just putting our name on the list for consideration in August.
Got it.
Good enough.
Okay. With that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, can we do something here before we go procurement crazy? Let's do the two zoning items, 10G and 10H, as we have folks here for those items.
Yes. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending resolution number 2021-39 to provide for an extension of time for the variance relating to the property located at 630 Sunset Circle, providing for recording and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Been moved and seconded properly before us. Background from.
Hold on one second, Mr. Mayor. This is technically a quasi-judicial hearing, so if you could just swear in anyone who speaks, Madam Clerk.
Yes, of course. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you are giving this evening is the truth? Thank you.
Good evening, Jeremy Karras-Gauger, BZP Director. So this is a variance requirement for an extension of time to a previously granted variance. This is something after 1 year.
Is the applicant here?
The applicant, a representative from the applicant.
A representative from the applicant, okay.
So this was one that was approved previously. They're coming up actually on the 2-year deadline, which would mean they would need to come back for a separate variance. But we're asking that you grant this extension, which gives them about another month or so to submit and get their final approval for their permit. So they've actually already submitted. They have a couple of pending comments before we issue it. We're confident that they're going to be able to respond and be able to proceed.
Mr. Attorney, anything else to add on this?
No, I think that's accurate.
Why would we get a 1 month extension? Can't they do this?
So underneath our code, you have 1 year to pull a permit after you receive your variance, and the applicant has the ability to seek a 1 year extension from the council on that approval. So they have their 1 year to pull the permit has lapsed. So in working with the applicant, we said, well, you still had 1 year to seek an extension. So they have a month left before that ability would run out. So we're giving them 1 month, what's being recommended by staff of the extension that they're seeking. And if they don't pull the permit, really, and I'm using 1 month generally,
Yeah.
I think it's August 24th, then the variance will be null and void, and they'll have to come back before this board for a full hearing on that variance.
So while the extension is effectively for 1 month, what it is from the previous variance is 2 years.
Yeah, and I would add, it's not as if haven't been working in good faith with the village, as Jeremy said.
Do we need to hear from the representative or?
At public hearing.
Technically, we do have the public hearing, so we can open it up.
Public hearing is now open. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Tom Weber, representative of the Shakur family. And we're very close. We're literally down to like 2 comments to get this permit. You have to actually obtain the permit from the variance requested. So we have all confidence in the world that we'll obtain this. And we just fell into a couple of, slow-moving things, slow-moving items. So we would really appreciate the extra time. And if you have any questions whatsoever, we're going to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input. On the item, any other discussion issues?
One question, Joe.
Yes, Ed.
Is this, in other words, you have the 1 year, Tom, and you have 1 year extension, and this is for an extension past the extension?
No, Councilmember London, this would be within the 1 year extension, but technically there's only 1 month left within that 1 year.
Of the extension?
Yes. So that's why, in other words, they came forward and asked for an extension. We did not think it's fair to allow them to seek a 1 year extension from now, because that would have effectively granted them more time than what the code would permitted. So instead, we're saying, okay, you come now and ask for an extension. You technically could have received a 1 year extension. There's only 1 month left. So they said that's all we need. So that's why we're here today.
I guess I'm confused. 1 month, there's 1 month of the 1 year extension left?
Yes, because if we would have granted them 1 year today, then they would have had several years to obtain a permit, which would have well exceeded what the code would have allowed. The code simply says you have 1 year to pull a permit. If you don't pull a permit, you can seek an extension of 1 year. So basically, the max amount of time that you can have to pull a permit once you've been approved, if you've received an extension, is 2 years. Their 2 years is running up. They're asked for the extension, so they have 1 month left of that eligibility.
So this extension is as of right. It's just late in the game.
Yeah, we've worked with them. We could have taken an opposite position that, hey, you guys should have applied prior to the expiration of the permit, and then they would have come before the council and had another full-blown variance hearing. Instead, being friendly with the owners and working with Mr. Weber there, the staff said, well, look, we'll bring it forward. We'll give it a shot, and if the council blesses it, they do. If not, then you have to come back before the council for a full-blown variance again.
So Chad, what is the net addition that they're getting? That's where I'm a little confused.
They're getting, they technically could have applied for a 1 year extension, so they're getting no net at this point if they would have received the extension a year ago,
So
basically
you have-
11 months ago.
Yeah, just to further clarify, you have 1 year where
Pull a permit.
to pull a permit. If you don't have that permit within that 1 year, you've got to come to council for additional permission. So
Of
we
1
are
year.
we are
Of 1
late in the
year.
game to get that
I see.
1 year addition.
Extension.
We're into the 11th month.
Yeah.
Almost. We're in the 10th month. So that's why they have this limited amount of period to pull it, but it's all to get within the 2 years maximum allowed per code.
And Tom, you think you're ready to have it all done before the end of your second year?
I'm hopefully before the end of the week. Honestly.
Okay.
It's that close. I mean, if that's exaggeration, it's within a week or so. Yes.
Ed, quit looking puzzled. It's you're on first, remember? All right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a variance request to allow a driveway width of 59 feet for the property located at 441 Island Drive, where a maximum driveway width of 36 feet is otherwise permitted, providing for findings, providing for a recording, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. We need to swear in anybody in this hearing also.
Yes, of course. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you are giving this evening is the truth?
Whoever is going to be speaking, if you could stand and do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening once again. So this is a request for an expansion of additional driveway width beyond what is allowed by code. So we have 36 feet, which is the allowable width, and they're requesting an additional 23 feet of driveway width for a total of 59 feet. There's a couple of interesting aspects to this site that are possibly unique, certainly unique at the moment. This is the only single family home site that I could find on the map, at least, that is 3-sided. So it has a much longer perimeter length than most, if any, home sites. So while this is an overall extension and increase in width, it still represents a relatively small percentage in the overall width. That being said, any increase in pavement decreases our flexibility in terms of what we can do to improve drainage, add sidewalks, or at least complicate the addition of sidewalks, add street trees, etc. So that is why I still end up on a recommendation for denial. Now, that's under one criteria. Under the other criteria, this is certainly still compatible with the neighborhood. And that's why I included some of the numbers there in the chart. From either street, this still falls, if you were just experiencing this from one street or the other, it falls under the allowable driveway width. So that's why per criteria 1, it's inconsistent, but per criteria 2, it remains consistent.
Okay. Can we hear from the applicant?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Steve Powell. I live at 441 Island Drive, Key Biscayne. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, or maybe 1,000,000 words, and I put several pictures in your package because, as staff noted, we have an incredibly unique property, unique. The reason for the variance request is that we would like to construct a driveway in the front of our property. Our home was built in 2003 with no front driveway. Why? We don't know, but we're currently forced to receive guests at our back door or in our backyard because there is no front entrance or walkway or driveway. Despite this functional issue, we bought the home in 2020 and always figured we could add a driveway later. However, we never imagined adding a driveway was going to be so complicated or expensive. Some facts about our property, and just if I could for a couple of minutes and walk you through some of the unique characteristics of it. We're the only home in Key Biscayne that is situated on 3 streets. We understand that it must be difficult to write zoning code that addresses every imaginable situation that could become before the village, especially a situation like ours. There is no paved and or sidewalk access to the front of the property or front door. We have to walk through 35 feet of grass, which is often saturated with water, as Masta Drive in front of our property does not drain properly, and that's noted in some of the photos that I included. Our lot is 21,000 square feet. It's a half an acre, fronting on Masta, Harbor, and Island Drives. The site is 2 times the average non-waterfront site in Cape Florida. The site could potentially be split into 2 lots since it effectively is 2 corner lots. We're not asking to do that. It has 392 feet of frontage, whereas a typical lot in the community, as you know, is 85 to 100 feet. Our lot is 500 feet more frontage than the typical KB lot and 200% more than the typical corner lot. Our existing driveway at the back of the home is 32 feet, or 8% of the lineal coverage, well below the code. The code, as mentioned, is 36 feet, the lesser of 36 feet, or 32%. What's interesting is, as part of this process, we had to notice all the homes within 300-foot radius of our home for this variance request. And what we found was that 20% of the homes had driveways which exceeded the maximum permitted coverage of 32%. So 20% of the homes within 300 feet of ours already exceed what your code is. And we're going to be under the code, even as improved, other than the lineal footage. Despite the proceeding, our request of 23 feet, which would also equate to 15% of the lineal footage, is significantly below. The fourth point about our property is our lot is the largest right-of-way of any home in the village of Key Biscayne. We have approximately 11,500 feet of right-of-way that we fertilize, we maintain, and landscape. It's an asset, I think. Why is size important? First, our right-of-way is larger than most interior lots within the village. Second, we arguably provide more natural drainage than any other lot in the village. Third, I'd add, our property is not developed to its maximum permitted square footage. Density, again, providing for more natural drainage. So we technically could go in and build more square footage on our lot as it exists today. As we know, most people in the village do try to max that out. We have not. In staff's memo to council dated July 18th, where they go through the criteria, staff noted that although the proposal is to increase the driveway width, the particular conditions of the site minimize the impact. And I think their comment relates to the physical attributes of the site. Staff also noted that the visual impact of the surrounding area is minimal since the proposed driveways facing Masta and Island Drive are both below that currently allowed by code if they were individual properties. Again, the two corner lot concept. Staff's less favorable comment was that the proposal has a negative impact on the general welfare of the public due to the additional additional paving of the public right-of-way. We don't agree that we would have a negative impact on the welfare of the community. We felt that this was an unfair comment, especially since our plan was always to improve the drainage in the front of the property. Nonetheless, in order to further address staff's concern, we reached out to a local consulting engineer, 14 Levy and Slikes, to prepare a surface water management calculation to satisfy the Village of Key Biscayne and Miami-Dade Durham to propose a surface water management system for the swale that would not only mitigate the driveway paving, but also improve the overall drainage in front of our property, thus improving the general welfare of the community. All of this at our own cost, and we are not part of the basin study or anything. Staff went on to note that an additional point of entrance on West Masta was justified. However, Even with narrowing the existing and proposed driveways, a variance might still be required to have 3 points of access. I don't know if that's the case, but that was mentioned in the memo. Despite staff's preceding comments, we were a bit confused by their conclusion that the variance does not maintain the basic intent and purpose of the zoning and the development regulations, and that it does not promote nor preserve the character of the ecological quality of the village. That was a mouthful. We personally feel like we are being consistent. We just have a unique property which the code never addressed, a double lot that fronts 3 streets. Regarding the surrounding neighbors, letters went out to all owners within 300 feet of the property. We had signs put in the yard and a public announcement in the Islander News. None of our neighbors have shown up tonight with concern. However, we did receive 2 letters of support from homeowners adjacent on Mashta and Island and across on Harbor that are included in your package. These owners recognize that an attractive driveway, as well as addressing the drainage issues in front of the property, would have a positive, not a negative impact on the community. I'll close. Bottom line, in my opinion, we have a unique home site, the only one fronting 3 streets in the village. We have not developed the home to its maximum permitted density. Staff recognizes our property is unique and that our request would not be inconsistent with the surrounding properties. Staff also noted the visual impact would be minimal and that our request would not exceed code if the site were 2 individual properties. It's not. In closing, we don't feel that the existing zoning code ever contemplated the situation of a double lot fronting 3 streets. Further, staff's primary concern appeared to be the drainage associated with the additional driveway improvements, and we feel that we have mitigated this concern by retaining a consulting engineer to design a water runoff mitigation system in the swale, which will improve the overall drainage of the property at our cost. So our request tonight is for the council to approve the additional 23 feet of frontage for the driveway and walkway to the front of the property, subject to a plan to improve the drainage swale with the submission of a building permit or with the request of a building permit. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Mr. Director, did you consider that offer, and would that change your mind on approving the variance?
So from my perspective, I have to consider it as a standalone application. So if they're proffering an improvement that addresses my concerns, it's certainly helpful. You know, at this point, we don't have a design. We don't have even a feasibility analysis that kind of improvement is definitely going to work there without some, there's a chance that, maybe you can address it really locally and it's only something that could be addressed much larger. It's a low probability. By the village. It's a low probability. I think it probably can be improved, but I'm not an expert.
Okay.
Would it,
Mr. Vice Mayor,
could you do a permeable surface for the new driveways? Would that help?
So let me address that, because I did actually mention that in the memo, that a permeable surface works only if the underlying area below that surface is also permeable and actually has a place to drain to. And that might work in this condition, but we don't know that. So I think that, I think the suggestion was that it could be subject to these drainage improvements, which is certainly, I think that would address my concerns.
But Frank, the new code that we just passed, they're required to be permeable. There's no choice. Every driveway in Key Biscayne that's put in is required. So there's no debate on that.
Yeah.
Unless you're asking for it not to be permeable.
What I'm saying is, if you've got an area where there's ponding occurring, that driveway being permeable isn't helping, or it's not going to solve that necessarily. If you have grass that has water ponding on it, having a permeable pavement in that location will also have water ponding on it.
Yeah, but I think I'm sorry, I interrupted. Sorry.
The combination of Fort and Levy's.
It's gonna take some additional work.
Yeah, it's gonna cost some money, and that's why we wanted to hold off and wait till we can move forward.
Let me get Mr. London and then Mr. Vasquez.
Gentlemen, number one, I think both the applicant and Jeremy made it very clear that our zoning code was not really designed for this lot. It's an outlier, it's unusual, and that's why we should have a variance. Number two, I think the applicant has just said that he would want to have this additional driveway and make it subject to an acceptable drainage plan when he went to get a building permit. So this is a combination, even though Jeremy said he can't evaluate it today standing here. Obviously, someone in the building department will review the engineer that the applicant selects to provide the drainage plan to improve the drainage, to show that the drainage will be better with this driveway than it was without. So having done that, it sounds like to me he's answered Jeremy's, should we say, reason for denying this application. So therefore, I think we definitely should consider it favorably, subject to the engineer's drainage plan being acceptable to the village.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
We just stated basically what I wanted to say, Mayor.
Okay.
I think, overall, I think the existing condition is highly unfavorable. What I see is it's very loose soil, and you can see people driving through it. It's highly unsightly, and I think once the applicant, does the improvements that he says he will do, I think eventually we will have a stabilized area with, drainage system that will collect, and I don't really see the issue. That's
okay. McCormick.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think in addition to, assuming the drainage is addressed and successful and it works, I think additionally we're improving the aesthetics even of the street. The house across the street to the left has the exact same setup, but is a much smaller lot. And it just, when you drive by, it is a little bit odd looking. And with the mud bog in the swale, it's even worse. So I think, we try, and I think it's important for people to know this, that we do try to really look at these things and to say, to look at it kind of holistically and not to say like, yes, let's just go ahead and pave all of Key Biscayne. But, as Ed said, as everyone else has said, this is a very unique property. And in terms of lot coverage, it's still below what we would otherwise allow if someone was going to come in and build anew. So for me, this is a kind of an easy one.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, our attorney, how would you write this up, hearing what the consensus is here?
Well, our code allows us to impose reasonable conditions. So it would be a condition that the drainage improvements are subject to the approval of the director.
Okay.
If that's amenable to the applicant.
Okay.
I think that's a common way to describe it. And Jeremy, if you're okay with that.
Okay with that.
Mr. Moss?
They would not be unreasonable withheld.
No, and I will frankly be deferring to experts on staff to comment on the effectiveness of the drainage improvements. So.
But we have to get it right. We have to improve.
Yeah, Mr. Moss?
Yeah, so, looking at this, I agree with what Councilmember McCormick said, that, and Steve, what you said, that, the front yard, there's really no entrance right now. It's just grass that you walk through, which is very odd, right? You have a large driveway on the back side, nothing on the front side. So I agree with, allowing something to happen on the front. I do have some concern though, and I just want to state this, and I'll probably be alone. But one of the things that we're trying to do in Village of Key Biscayne is to minimize as much pavement we can do possibly in the swales, right? And there's a reason why we're trying to do this. And some of this goes against what we're trying to do. So I think that we do have to look at this a little bit closer. When I looked at it, having two, like you said, I need a driveway, but we have two driveways in the front now. I mean, the first thing I said, why two? Why are we only allowed one driveway in here? I don't understand why we need to have, why there needs to be two driveways when you have a 35-foot driveway in the rear. Why can't it just be a 12-foot driveway in the front to allow guests to come, enter the front? I don't understand why the second one is necessary for that variance. So that was my concern. If there was a second one, would there be a possibility to reduce what's on the rear side in some of the pavement on that side? Driveways are easy. You can change these things in a weekend. It's not a hard thing to make those changes. And giving up some or adding more or less pavement in the rear to allow for more pavement in the front. So that's my concern, that now it's turned to 3 driveways.
3?
Yeah, you have 2 in the front and 1 in the rear. So that's just, I don't understand what the necessity is to have 2 in the front, and instead of going with 1 with a 12-foot wide drive. That was my biggest concern. I don't know if if somebody has a corner lot and they have maximized their parking on the side, let's say they have a side rear parking, but they have no parking in the front, but they want to add parking in the front. Are they able to do it? Are they not able to do it in that situation?
If they've used their allotted linear footage of width, then no.
But if they came for a variance and said, well, I want someone to be able to park in front of my house, not from the side of my house, so they can enter from the front, they could come in.
Anybody can ask for anything.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, if we apply similar criteria, they might be justified. But it's worth pointing out, though, this is a unique condition with the three frontage.
Yeah, you have 3 frontage, but at the same time, it's serving 1 unit, right?
Sure.
Where another one's serving 1 unit. So now you're looking at 4 cars in the front, possibly you can park 9 cars in the back. I mean, it's a lot of cars serving 1 unit. That's why I just say, I understand having a front parking, the entrance. I just don't understand why to have 2 serving the front entrance. That's my only concern.
Okay.
I don't know if there's, I mean, you might say, Brett, I need to have 2 in 2 entrances. I need 4 cars in the front. That might be, or you might be willing to say, I can get rid of one of them as long as I can have 1 is the most necessity. I don't know, but I just feel that if we can reduce as much paving as possible with still, helping with a very unique situation here, I would feel more comfortable with that. But that's the only concern from looking at the site plan.
Rebuttal from the applicant.
Brett, as an architect, I think, and I understand where you're coming from, but as an architect, I would expect you to tell me to put 2 driveways in because of its lineup and symmetrical, kind of design with the house. We originally came to the village and staff and wanted to do the whole thing in the swale, and we were shot down on that really, really quick. And so there was a number of iterations where we came up with this two driveway in. We can clearly go to the back of the house and start pulling away bricks, but you know what's going to happen just as well as I do. We're going to throw some rock down there, and it's going to have the same utility as it does today. As you mentioned, the new code requires it to be permeable. What we're getting ready to spend in the front of that yard, and there is no money in the village to address the lake that's in front of that house. I can't promise you the volumes that we're going to move, but I can tell you that what's there to collect stormwater is very inadequate. And I certainly appreciate the photo of the police car sitting in the swale, digging it up, what I put in your package. I get where you're coming from with the 1. It's going to look really weird with 1, and we were trying to create kind of a circular view. We think that it will add to the community. It's a focal point in the community. It goes to people drive by some of the highest tax base contributors to your community. We want the house to look as nice as possible. So the design did have a lot of thought in it.
Thank you.
Okay. Ed, you wanted to move this with conditions?
Yeah, a public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
Public hearing is open on this matter. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Ed,
Move it with the condition that the drainage plan be accepted by the village when he applies for a permit for the driveway.
Second.
we have a second discussion on the matter as amended.
Is the drainage plan? Is there some criteria that we're looking for in drainage?
So
what's the improvement?
Let me restate that. Improve the drainage that currently exists. Submit a plan, drainage plan, which will improve the drainage that currently exists on that property.
So it can't go forward without having an approval of a drainage plan.
That's correct.
So would it be that the applicant agrees to install drainage improvements to improve the drainage situation that currently exists as approved by the director within the swale in order to mitigate the effects of the variance?
To put something
If I may.
objective on that,
Sure.
to put something objective on that, would it help to say improve to support a functional permeable driveway system? Something
I think
that's
that's the minimum standard. We've got to be able to mitigate what we're
We
going
have
to
that.
do as a minimum standard. We're going to make it better, period, because we want the whole swale to be.
So I do want to make one point. So the standards that require permeable driveways, that's actually only for new construction and substantial improvements, which this wouldn't meet that threshold. So if it's not the default condition that this be required to be permeable. Just so if you want to.
Okay.
So if we want to add
We're
that.
not doing monolithic slab.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think, Brett, the thing that we want to make sure that the wording is, and not that, you know, I know that they have the interest of the village and themselves and they want it to be better, but that the resulting situation should be better than it presently is.
Yes.
That produces a net positive.
Right. Do you also want to have a condition about the permeable pavers? From what I understand, I mean, I think you're agreeing, but I think
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and that's what's presented to us here. It says
Yeah,
gravel.
It's in the plan, but I just want to make sure that
We're not 100% on the material because we want to match it up with everything going on in the house. What we will absolutely guarantee you is not a monolithic slab.
So, I mean, the question is, are you going to lay these things on sand, which is permeable, or concrete? I think that's...
It's a certain it's what you do underneath the pavers that makes it work.
No, I think just keeping it generic permeable surface is sufficient and doesn't hem you in.
Yeah, and whatever's required for new construction is what we would require for those two new driveways.
Okay, so we have the item before us with the amended criteria. Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
None.
The conditions carry, or we're going back to the resolution, because there was the,
With conditions,
with the conditions?
With the conditions.
as amended.
Okay, as amended, thank you. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Southern Comfort.
We're on 10E.
That's what I'm reading.
Yes.
Selecting Southern Comfort Solutions, Inc. for HVAC replacement and repairs at village facilities in an amount not to exceed $214,900, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Do I have a second?
Thank you, Mayor.
Questions on the HVAC? Seeing no questions, call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
10F.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting U.S. Lubricants LLC for well maintenance and cleaning services in an amount not to exceed $211,200, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date. Who moves it?
Oh, second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. The item's properly before us. This is based on some of my comments from the last time. I would say thank you to staff for making some of those changes. I see that the scope of work was actually delineated, and it was clearly explained what we're doing. The only question that I have on this is there just seems to be such a wide variety between what our present contractor and what the other bidder did, that it just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe you guys can make a little bit more sense of it.
So I will tell you, so I am filling in at the moment because I worked on this sort of when I was doing some of the public works role with the team. So we were, I'd say, initially alarmed by the discrepancy. It's like an order of magnitude difference. And what we did for that was we had a meeting with U.S. Lubricants to make sure that, yes, they could deliver that work, that promised work, based on their number. And they assured us that they can. They have been the vendor that we've worked with in the past. And so there's a number of factors.
Hold on, Madam Clerk. I've lost quorum.
Yes, but you're not voting at the moment.
Okay, go ahead.
So there are a number of factors though, right? So one is they know the scope. It's a very, very small operator, so they have extremely low overhead, versus a much larger company that in some respects was overqualified for the expected work. Also somebody that's going to have to mobilize much more and considerably more overhead. So the familiarity with the work, and I think really served, it was to our benefit.
Okay. So you're satisfied that because they have been doing the work, so that they can do it for the price that they're quoting, which is basically $6,400 for maintenance of wells and $12,800 for restoration.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Just as an aside, and I hate to go off a little tangent here, but a question maybe for discussion some other day through the manager. Is 20 doing 4 wells enough per year?
So the way this works, that's actually probably more than we need. Traditionally, they clean between 3 and 4 per year. And it's just a rotational sort of as needed basis, although we do have certain wells that clog more frequently than others and get more attention. But that has been how we've handled it. And we haven't done a restoration project for some time. So that's an additional scope, and that's just basically a much more thorough cleaning.
So you are saying that we're okay with doing only 4 wells per year?
Correct.
That they are clean enough?
Yes, yeah. Okay. And so it's like of the total pool of wells, sort of rotate around.
Are these noticeable improvements? I mean,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Drastic.
Drastic. Okay, I like that. Well, then
okay, on the item before us, any other questions, comments, Madam Clerk?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to Black & Veatch Corporation for the preparation and creation of the Resilient Infrastructure Integration and Implementation Plan, RI3P, Program Management Plan, Project Management Information System, and other related deliverables relating to the Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program, RIAP, in an amount not to exceed $1,381,631 and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Doctor?
So, thank you, council. This item was deferred from May. We bring it back before you as an exciting next step in executing and implementing the Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program. Currently, we secured $330,000 through Resilient Florida to do an element of this work order, which is the vulnerability assessment. The additional $870,000 is being covered through a state revolving loan fund. The balance, $181,000, is covered through general funds, and that's been programmed into the FY23 budget. Fundamentally, this work order is focused on developing a program management system for executing this 10 to 15 year complex Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program, addressing all the various 5 lines of effort that you've already been briefed on along the way, pertaining to stormwater, roadways, utility undergrounding, shoreline protection. This program management system and this integration and implementation plan essentially brings all of that together, addresses all the complexities of that program, the financing, the sequencing, the optimizing. It also looks at having Black & Veatch as the villager's owner's rep, looking at the various scopes that are going to be coming down the road as set forth by external contractors, as well as deliverable review. Like I said earlier, it addresses the vulnerability assessment, which needs to get done in order to secure additional funds from Resilient Florida down the road, and also addresses the development of a detailed financial plan as to how we're going to move forward over the next 10, 15 years and phasing the financing to support all these various projects in all these different zones. It's going to be undertaken over the course of the next 6 to 8 months, and we've invited representatives from the Black & Veatch team to come up and essentially give sort of a high-level overview of what this work order is about and the value proposition to the village, and then answer any questions that council members may have. Based on questions that were brought up in May, we've gone forward individually and had briefings with all the council members at some level to answer any questions, but this is an opportunity to ask your questions in public record, and Black & Veatch is here to give that little presentation, which we'll just queue up. Let's see. This would be this one. So this is Rafa Frias for Black & Veatch, and his colleague Arturo Bourbano, who you've already had the pleasure of meeting along the way. And we will just put this in presentation mode. So there you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Rafael Frias, Vice President for Black & Veatch. I am responsible for our business in the Southeast United States. I am based out of our local South Florida office in Coral Gables. Very happy to be here today. I know Mayor is not here, but Vice Mayor, good evening, and good evening, council members. I wanted to first start by letting you know that I am well aware of the important task that you have at hand. You have a significant capital improvement program to undertake, $250 million, understand it. It's a complex program. Okay, we've been doing this type of work, and you're being proactive in looking for ways to address the challenges of climate change. We got chronic flooding, we got sea level rise, we got storm surge, etc. You're one of the few that is actually moving forward with projects. Okay, and I think that is very interesting because oftentimes it's thought that the uncertainty of will it happen, should we do something? Well, it is happening, and things need to be evaluated, but things need to get done. So from a perspective of providing solutions to our clients, I would tell you that I am very appreciative of having the opportunity to be here today and for the village to consider Black and Veatch as your partner as you endeavor into this significant capital improvement program. Okay, we talked about the challenges that you're facing. You're aware of them. Your infrastructure is unique, right? We're in an island paradise, shoreline, erosion in those shorelines. Got stormwater issues. You've been talking about some of the projects that you're about to undertake. There are many more. You have utilities that you want underground because we want to be resilient so that you can substantiate and be able to absorb the shocks of future hurricanes, etc. Your roadways are low, and we need to look for ways to raise them so that they can combat sea level rise and really get your constituents prepared for what's coming. Earlier today it was mentioned that you could have an alternative of no action, and it is true. You have an alternative of no action. Now, no action would have its impacts to your constituents, impacts to you, impacts to your infrastructure. Right now, you have a great local team delivering for you the level of service that you want to deliver to your constituents. But as years go by, things will get more difficult, okay? We're talking multiple projects. I thought, 50 to 100. Right? Whenever you undertake such a complex program to put together, you want to find the most efficient way to get things done, okay? To your benefit and having someone next to you that can provide the additional resources to ensure that gets done, okay? That's where, we come in on this next phase. Okay, on this next phase, we have been very happy that our team has secured for you a grant of $330,000 to perform a vulnerability assessment. This is extremely important because it's really going to give us the true state of the union when it comes down to how severe things are and how vulnerable you are into the future to the environmental changes that are coming up. Okay, we're going to look at that. There are projects that are being considered, of course, to address those problems. And then, we talked of it being a plan, but it's really putting in the work to evaluate how you should undertake these projects. Okay, there are many ways in which you want to look for projects that you can aggregate, get them together, package them, so that you can move them forward more efficiently, maybe with one contractor. Earlier today was mentioned design build. Project delivery methods are evaluated so that we can identify which projects are the best one to push forward design build if needed, or traditional, whichever is the best way for you. But this is really what gets you ready to say, this is how we're going to tackle this major capital improvement program. If it's only a few projects, you don't need that support. But when you're talking, a plethora of projects, because this is such a complex situation, you really want to be able to prioritize what needs to be done and that you feel comfortable that you're doing the right things. As time goes by, things may need to be updated. So having us around, we're going to be supporting you, evaluating any changes so that we can readjust and continue on the path on getting you to implement a successful CIP. We have been doing this for many years. From the resilience perspective, we're currently supporting the city of North Miami Beach with their program. This is a $130 million program for their infrastructure. We've been supporting the city of Miami. We're about to start supporting the city of North Bay Village. Or the village of North Bay Village. We're also supporting the city of Charleston. They're really evaluating right now, kind of similar to the South Florida area. They're looking to see what infrastructure they're going to put in place, so they're really in the planning stage. But once again, a lot of these coastal cities are just impacted by, with climate change and our island paradise here, right? I mean, I think you have a higher level of concern. And, at the end of the day, when things get bad, people will adapt. They could very well just leave the island and look for high ground, etc. But why wait to do that? I know that's not what you want to do. You want to be able to tackle the project, the problem at hand, and move things forward. I like to describe our responsibilities as we're really your trusted partner. That's what we want to undertake. We want to serve as an extension of your local team, of your local staff, okay? And I always tell my team, looking after your best interest, because we're here to implement a major program for you that benefits you. Great work has been done where you have identified where you're going to go. We're looking at shoreline protection, stormwater improvements, your roadways, hardening of your utilities, and work with the regulations so that you can, get that done as easy as possible, as flexible as possible. Our job is really to come in and start getting that plan from a perspective of how to commence the implementation of the projects from not just construction, from the very beginning, evaluating scopes, evaluating the projects, evaluating what their benefits are, helping you understand what the risk benefits reduction you get from them, from the money you are investing, and being able to prioritize. Let's go ahead and address the projects that are going to result in the maximum reduction in risk at the lowest cost possible. That's always how I like to start things, because I think it's your best bang for your buck. So, at the end, I think you have great benefits ahead. You're being very proactive. You're taking a stand on making decisions to improve your infrastructure. You're looking after the best interests of your constituents. I like to look at it from the perspective of triple bottom line benefits, being able to help your financial state, right? Making sure property values are there or not impacted, insurance rates are controlled, everything that deals with the financials of the village. Be able to do your part in support of the environment, and of course, just be able to do the right thing for your constituents, the social aspect of the equation that you're representing. So with that, I'd like to thank you for, I'll leave it on the benefits, for your time today, for your consideration, and do know that we're excited and looking forward to supporting your efforts, and I thank you. I thank you for listening to us and for listening to me and having us here.
Okay. Questions on the Black and Veatch contract?
May I maybe start?
Go ahead.
Several of the speakers that appeared earlier asked questions that have been pervasive in the community. Why is this necessary, and why is it necessary now, as opposed to later?
Yeah.
I think that we've all had a lot of conversations with your team, with our administration on these two questions, but I gathered that members of the community are asking good questions, and they're in good faith in doing so. Could you speak to why is this necessary and why now?
Yeah, I'll tie it in with the complex program you're undertaking. We're talking about 50 to 100 projects, significant amount of investment. If you're looking at implementing just a few projects, even one basin, you can just go ahead and take care of that. But when you're really looking at a multiple group of projects that are, there to help the overall island, right? That's really when things get complex. I can tell you right now that, having a discussion and say, which projects are we going to do first, when, how? That needs to be determined. And the when and the how, the wrong decisions could be made if you really don't evaluate all the intricacies that go with this is how we should do these projects in your best interest. Multiply that 50 to 100 projects. That's where the complex aspect of things come about. And I always like to mention or recall, the analogy of program management is there when you have to implement so many projects that you will have a limited capacity of production, okay? And at the same time, it's a temporary type of situation. And I say temporary because our job is to come in and help you move those projects forward. As soon as your team can move those projects forward, then, we would be out, okay? But it's that hump of multiple projects that if you don't undertake them and do them right, or do your best efforts, right? And based on what you're investing to do it right, later on, you're gonna be seeing impacts, change orders, whatever, right? Just having made the wrong decisions because you have so many projects to take care of. This is not your typical one project type of situation. You're dealing with 5 lines of effort, and we need to figure out how to do this right. We talked about the desire, right? We're going with dig once. Well, that dig once is a loaded ask. Okay, we wanna, I mean, how are we gonna do things right to ensure that we dig once? I mean, well, that's what it's gonna be on us, looking at how to do this properly for you. If you don't prepare for it, and so many projects, you could be in a situation where it will cost you more.
And I suppose we've considered the now takes into account that we're already planning, prioritizing, sequencing, trying to figure out where simultaneity can exist.
Absolutely.
Possibly realizing that dig once doesn't necessarily mean literally dig once, but to be efficient and effective.
Yeah, you want to approach it with the intent of digging once, of course, and really coordinate with the multiple parties you have at stake. I mean, being here today, I see all the action you have on the multiple parties at stake, and we need to come in here and work with your team to ensure things flow properly into your advantage.
And I think if I could, Vice Mayor, if I could add to, another addition into why now, I think we've had quite a bit of conversations this evening about financing mechanisms about what we want to do. And in some cases, people have asked the question, are we putting the cart before the horse? And in some ways, the answer is yes. We've talked about the analogy, and I know Roland said it many times, is that we're building an airplane in flight. Actually, we're at the point now where I believe we're actually out in front of that airplane. And to be honest, it probably answer is not now. And I think I mentioned this to a number of you. We probably should have these guys on board about a year ago. So we wouldn't be in the situation where we are kind of in a disconnected moving forward. We need to turn this around, and we owe you a good presentation in August. And we've got to get these guys on board. We got to get our team on board to make sure you clearly understand, as we're starting to commit to moving forward with this investment, that you're comfortable with how we're going to spend the money.
Mr. Moss.
Thank you. I mean, I've been very heavily critical of this work order, mostly because I didn't understand it, right? I have to be crystal clear on what it is that we're receiving, why we're doing something. I did have a 2 or 3 hour meeting with you guys last night, which helped me better understand what the value is that we're getting from this. To answer Councilmember or Vice Mayor Kaplan's question of why now, to me is very simple. Insurability. I mean, that is the biggest threat that this island faces right now over everything. And we need to start moving, because that is detrimental to us. And we've already seen effects of insurance. Everybody who has insurance, I mean, they're leaving or increasing dramatically. So, I think that what's really important is that we're doing what is absolutely necessary. I don't think we need to have every bell and whistle all over the place to, have the best of the best. We need to find out what is absolutely necessary that we need to get done to get these projects done. And on top of it, we need to be very intelligent on what we're doing. We're going to run into a lot of problems. I think the dig once approach, again, I have concerns with the dig once approach. But I think that we're going to have this discussion when we get into August on deciding whether, and I see reasons in certain areas where dig once needs to happen, but I think what you said, Vice Mayor, that there might be places where dig once may not happen, and we have to be careful we don't get into, we have to dig once just because we might annoy the people who live in front of there, where the 2 digs could happen 10 years apart, just because one needs to go in now, maybe the one doesn't need to. And I don't think we should then say it's necessary to spend that money 10 years earlier when we can come back in 10 years. And mainly, a lot of that has to do with funding. And funding is the other big concern, is how much financing and what we really can afford. Everybody keeps saying $250 million, and I keep saying in my head, how are we ever getting to $250 million? I mean, I don't even know where that number came from. I think that was like someone just did that, and it's like it was 250. But, what can we actually reasonably afford? So these are a lot of questions, and I know I've sent very detailed and long emails to our manager asking these very, very difficult questions. But after sitting with you guys last night, I see the value that a lot of these questions can be answered through doing this plan that you guys are going to give us, such as where can dig ones happen, where does it not happen, how much can we afford, which ones can we do. One of the big concerns I have is the K through 8 at $30 million. And we were talking about, well, the next one we can do less, but the problem is that we have a limited amount of money that we work with. So if we do a lot on phase 1 and when we get to phase 10, do we have the money there now? And it's like, oh shoot, we should have done less on phase 1 and we ran out. And now we're on phase 10 and we're trying to figure out how to make that work, or we're gonna have to delay that. So those types of things are really important, and I see that this is where this plan can come in. Now, looking at the work order and discussing with you guys, you're actually providing 3 different things in this work order, which gets a little bit confusing. A lot of people don't understand this. I don't 100% understood it. So you have a vulnerability study, which is being paid directly by a grant.
Yes.
In that work order for $330,000. But inside the work order, from my conversations with you guys, is that you're providing not only this program management plan, but you're also doing owner's rep work that we're going to need, and I think that's definitely going to be necessary throughout this project. On the K through 8, you're going to be reviewing their drawings, going through them. So there's actually 3 components, it looks like, inside this work order. It's a little bit difficult to figure out, okay, the program management plan is how much? You know, like if you take out the owner's rep portion, take out the vulnerability assessment, what are we left with the program management plan? I don't know if anybody has that answer.
Do you have that in specific, or?
Well, there's the 330.
300. Sorry.
Yeah, the 330. But how much is to do the owner's rep work versus doing the program management?
We're having it's I don't know. We were thinking $125,000 or something.
It's about $125,000 to do the owner's rep, so that leaves us with, I don't know where we're at now, like 800 and something.
870. Yeah.
Okay. From our standpoint, and the other thing I realized, speaking with you guys, I mean, I don't think we have the internal capabilities to be able to put this program together. I mean, it seems extremely complex as we dig into it. And so that, I understand what you're adding that arm to us that we really don't have. Either we hire a bunch of people to start working for us, which I don't think we want, or we find experts that can help us with that. My question here is, who's going to oversee Black and Veatch? Who's the direct responsibility? Okay, Cairo, our new public works director, excellent. And then who oversees the day-to-day for all the resiliency projects? It's him as well. All right. Another question I have in the work order, it says a not to exceed. And not to exceeds, I do not to exceeds all the time. And they're the most vague things, because the client thinks a not to exceed means that you're giving me a fixed fee, but if you can do it less, do it less. But when you hit the not to exceed, you still got to finish the project. But then the consultant does the not to exceed saying, yeah, I'll give you an hourly, and when I hit the maximum, I'm going to call you and say, I'm stop work until you give me more money. So what does the not to exceed mean in this work order?
It's the latter, right? I mean, we have estimated hours that are attached to billing rates, and we are not to exceed that amount.
And when we hit that ceiling, you call us and say, we have to stop working.
Definitely much sooner than when we hit it, right? It's we're gonna be keeping track of it, and we will definitely let you know as things are progressing. Hey, we're getting close to the ceiling. We may, we need to do something.
So the question is, if you did a fixed fee, if we asked you for a fixed fee on this project, what would it be? Would it be that one?
It would be significantly more.
More, okay.
Yeah, because you have to cover yourself for everything.
Okay. The Procore component that you guys have here, and I don't think this will happen. I asked this question before, but we're not married to you in this, say that you're not performing what we want you to perform, and we want to go find another program manager. Well, you have put all your stuff into your own licensed Procore. Let's say we find somebody else and say we want that Procore still with everything in it, and we want to keep working from that. do we own that? I know it's your license, but if the new person has a Procore, they can just slide everything over to that one and we can keep working with that? Or it's like, hey, you don't have us, go find somebody else. Here's all your data in Excel and figure it out. And we're spending 10 years trying to put all that data back together.
Yeah, whomever you bring back, hopefully they have Procore, right? I mean, it's one of the standards in the industry, so it's not something that is not used. We would facilitate all your information. It's your information. We're just using the platform to portray it and use it for transparency and for the work. So they will have it. They just need to upload it into their Procore and have at it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate your question.
Mr. London.
Thank you, Jeff. You know, we talk about 50 projects. Right now, we're really concerned about the K8 project. The K8 project will determine basically what it really is going to cost us, how long it's going to take us, how we can do it effectively and economically. So we really shouldn't think about 50 today. Excuse me, but rather one project, the K8 project. And hello? And is there a problem hearing me?
No.
No.
We hear you.
And Steve mentioned earlier that staff could take care of this internally, but they're too busy doing other things, or if they did this, they wouldn't have time to do other things. So obviously, according to Steve, we do have the expertise in-house to do this. The next thing we mentioned about the $330,000 vulnerability assessment. Have we actually been awarded that grant at this point in time, or are we applying for that grant? That's my question, to make sure. Colleen, do we have that money now,
we have been awarded that grant.
It was just
I'm sorry?
Has been awarded.
We do have that grant.
Yes.
We do have that. Good. Thank you very much. Okay, so therefore, then we also talked about financing the project. And we really have a very competent man on staff named Benjamin. And I believe that he certainly can handle this from a financial aspect. He's quite bright. He's quite knowledgeable, quite industrious. And I think he's proven himself beyond a doubt as probably one of the best people Village of Key Biscayne has ever had. So I'm really not concerned about that. Now, Brett was talking previously about not the one dig or the dig once. And I think Servando Power Park tonight, who has an extensive knowledge in major projects for many, many years, he was saying that how the major problems happen is we have too many contractors, more than one working on a project at the same time. So to minimize already, he's saying, have as few contractors working at one time. Obviously, the fewer contractors, the less coordination, the less demand for Black and Veatch. Excuse me.
Right.
I think we also heard previously from Eddie Easton, who's put in more storm sewer, walks, streets, sidewalks, etc. in Dade County that we're going to put in the Village of Key Biscayne, and he and his cannot fathom how we could possibly need Black and Veatch to do this. So Black and Veatch, they did a great job. Steve did a great job of having each of the council members meet with the two the two engineers from Black and Veatch, and Roland and Colleen to convince us why we should use them. Obviously, I was not impressed. I was impressed by them. I was not impressed by the need to use them. Furthermore, when we talk about the $1.3 million right now, as the gentleman just said, it's not $1.3 million. It's our best estimate of $1.3 million. We don't know how much it will be because we're not going to give you a fixed price on it. So we're signing a blank check in a sense, or committing to a blank check. Yes, we could get rid of them midstream if we're not happy, but you know what happens, Brett, when you do that. The next guy comes in, he takes over somebody else's work, and it usually winds up costing you more. Excuse me. So for all these reasons, and also obviously they want to be the construction manager on these projects, and so we're not looking just $1.3 million, $1.5 million. God knows what we're going to spend on this one. We're always engaging them, assuming we're happy with this, probably $3 million or more to be our construction manager in this project. So the question is, this is one project, the K8, why can't we move forward with our own village staff, if need be, hire somebody? I think you have application right now for an engineer in Public Works, so why can't we look for an engineer in the Public Works Department who is knowledgeable in this to employ him, because we're going to employ an engineer so we can do it internally and get it done and save a lot of money. And then do the one project, and how's that worked out will then determine how we go forward. And that's where I am. So obviously, I'm totally against it. It's not $1.3 million. We're not voting on $1.3 million today. We're voting on at least $1.3 million. God knows what it's going to cost us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you. Well, I'll go back to what I said before. This is a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. I don't know of any responsible utility or agency anywhere in the United States, or at least the city of Florida, where you've got a substantial amount of retrofit that you need to do for your infrastructure that would not have a program manager on board. I think the example of using K8 as an example to try it out is, I'm sorry, Ed, I don't agree with you. I think that is just using one component. It has nothing to do, in my opinion, with the overall complexity of the issue. You may just learn a lesson out of K8, but that's a standalone issue. What we're talking about here is integrating all the infrastructure, all the needs that we have, everything that we have to do to reach our goal. We don't go to war. We don't just say, let's go to war and send a platoon over there to fight, and then we'll have a discombobulated army all over the place. You gotta marry the army with the Navy, with the Air Force. You gotta put it all together into a strategic plan. Nobody wants to pay and nobody wants to have a blank check on this. But at the end of the day, this is what we got. This is the issue that we have right now. This is years of nothing happening. And we have to put all this infrastructure together. We have to provide all these solutions together. And I'm encouraged by the consultant providing a more simple, more straightforward presentation and how they intend to move forward with this. I'm encouraged with showing experience in different municipalities. I'm also encouraged about the fact that you've already started looking at funding. And I think that, yes, we may have a potential of this may grow into a higher cost, but I would like to challenge you guys, or maybe just look at an opportunity to go look for us for funding, for additional funding. I mean, that will keep you busy, that'll keep you employed, and that'll keep us going. Absolutely. I don't think we have to dish out checks all the time. I think you guys can go out there and look at the IAJ or look at different programs and bring in the money and keep yourselves employed. It's in the best interest, right? Mutual interest.
Absolutely.
So I just, to me, no brainer. We need to move forward with this. If we don't move forward with this, we're going to talk about it to death, and we're never going to be able to divine what the overall cost of this program is. We will never know that because we don't know what's underground, because we haven't even done a vulnerability assessment. So we are at the early stages, and we need to understand that. If we don't understand that premise, then, what are we doing saying that we want to move forward with this massive program? If we are just kind of recalling back when we don't want to deal with the premise is that we have a very deficient infrastructure that's been let go for years. Nothing's happened, or very little has happened. And we've got a tremendous threat, climate change, impacts to our community. We have to retrofit our infrastructure for, as you said, reinsurability. So I say, let's go. Let's get it going. Let's just move.
Okay, thank you.
As far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
Mr. Sardinhas.
I have to agree with a lot that was said today, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're here. It's time. It's time to move forward. We've done great planning. It started with the bond. The bond was a financial tool, but more than that was a huge communication and commitment to what we were doing. As a result of it, our team's been able to acquire incredible amount of funds. They're positioning themselves perfectly, and I would almost defer to Steve and say maybe this should have been done a year ago. I mean, it's go time. This isn't time to step back. This is an incredibly complex project. I've spent a lot of time with these gentlemen, and I've dove into this and thought to myself, to a certain extent, I can't even believe that this is even doable. But we certainly can't do it without a good program manager, for sure. The staff is ready. The finances are there. We're looking at everything. To Ed London's point, we have a great CFO that's also looking at all of this as well. It's go time. It's not time to rethink about what we're doing. We need to make sure that this island is around in 50 years. And these are the projects we need to do. And we need a program manager on our side to do it right.
Only 50?
At least 50.
farther.
At least 50. All right. Yeah, that's where I stand. I mean, these guys said the rest.
Ms. McCormick.
So Fernando said many things better than I could have and super passionately, so thank you for that. But I wanted to just add, I liked your challenge to them to say, go ahead and try to find us other people's money to spend on this, but I think also it's important to have another challenge to our in-house staff that, you know, Lucho said today, he felt bad for anyone who's in a chat. Well, I'm in a few. And one of the things that I'm hearing a lot about are people having concerns about different things that are day-to-day stuff going on in the village. And so in supporting this, I think we're saying to our residents, we're now freeing up our staff to stop having their focus so split and be able to focus more on some of those more, like, I don't know if you call them domestic issues, whatever, like day-to-day operations. But this is an investment in getting those things done. That if we say, okay, we'll go ahead and bring these people on board, now our staff is ready to just get back to the business of really running the village. I know they're still involved in these major projects, but to a lesser extent. So hopefully this will strike that balance where I think people would like us to be.
Mayor, can I just one small comment?
One more shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, just one thing. I also was one of my big concerns is historically, it has been very difficult for village staff to manage properly our consultants, right? So I just want to say that, you know, I'm going with that faith in our manager that this is absolutely necessary, because I asked the question, what if we don't do this? And the answer was, we're really not going to get anything done here. And it's going to be very difficult, and we're going to run into a lot of problems. So, you know, you say our new public works director is the guy that's going to be overseeing it. You're saying that we need it. The last thing I'm looking for is to hire a consultant to put this whole thing together, and then it just disappears. And what did we just do, right? This needs to be something that we're going to use, and it's going to guide us. If not, I think we're going to have other conversations after that. But this is a lot of money, and you know, and I'm trusting that this is absolutely necessary, and I'm trusting that you guys are going to manage them carefully and correctly so that we're not wasting unnecessary money in this area.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Last maybe two insights, and I'm done. One of our recent heart-to-heart conversation revealed to my satisfaction that the point about the day-to-day and sort of staff being juggling with prioritization difficulties is not quite the true story. There's no question in my mind that this administration is not built to do this type of project or projects. They're built to provide municipal services, and they do that excellently. But there's not sufficient resource, capacity, expertise, manpower, potentially even, to be able to do what needs to be done. The other point and last point is, it's already clear to all of us that there are multiple things happening simultaneously that are not being harmonized and need to be.
Like tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Let me have a shot at it. If we're only doing the K8 basin, then we don't need this contract, right? But we are going to do the entire island, and we're going to address the needs of all our residents and not just of the ones on the K8 basin. So if we're not going to do more than just that one big project at 28-30 million or whatever the amount is, then you're right. We don't need this contract. But if we're going to talk to our residents and ask them to support us in terms of the resiliency work that we have begun, then it's vital that we say we're planning and programming for the rest of the island. not just one little piece of it. Okay, so this is the importance of this contract. At the end of the day, what's really out of pocket in this 1.3 million? We have secured the 330,000. We have secured the 870,000. The 870,000 represents about 100,000 per year. So what's at risk here is $181,000 plus the 100,000 per year. That's what we're talking about, to provide an integration, to provide the vulnerability assessment, to provide the financial risk aspect of it, to be the owner's rep and the program management. So these are the things that we are setting out to do, and these are bold. Okay, so yeah, there's a little bit of consternation here and there. I feel some of Brett's consternation, but what I'm positive about is that we have to take on this flooding risk. And as Oscar was saying, if we don't start, we're never going to get to it. So with that, I close. Madam Clerk, call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Is that?
That's a nay.
The nay.
That's a nay? Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you this, kind of in tongue in cheek, but also to maybe appease our friend Mr. London, is can you do an assessment of whether or not a design build is better than what we're contemplating?
Absolutely. I mean,
there you go, Ed.
the answer is yes. I mean, we evaluate project delivery methods in programs all the time, because design build can be a good way for specific situations, and we support it. So, absolutely.
All right. Next item.
Motion carries. Okay, next item is public comments.
Let's go to, which is very important that we get this done, is the item on setting the cap of the millage.
Yes.
Let's go to that item.
Yes, 12A. 12BA. Motion to approve the fiscal year 24 millage cap.
Move.
Second. Okay, so quick discussion on this. Mr. Benjamin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Did you take Mr. London to lunch or something? He's singing your praises?
One would think, but I haven't.
Oh.
He's out of town. So.
You should be so lucky.
Yeah. Since we last met, the property appraiser came out with their July 1st valuation. So our total increase was 9.7%, bringing the valuation to $9.9 billion, just a shade under $10 billion. That obviously lowers the needed millage to fund what we had planned in our original budget estimate. But in addition, there were some projects that were thrown in at the end of last meeting that would obviously increase the millage required to get all those plans done. So in this memo, we kind of laid out 3 different proposals. We don't need to be married to any one of these 3. We could even pick something in between. But I think for reference, it's important to see our baseline budget. The baseline budget was no new initiatives, no new projects, just our village operations. That requires a millage rate of 2.9605, which is actually less than our existing millage rate. The next category is the baseline plus priority 1 and 2 projects. If you remember in the last presentation, Steve tried to prioritize the 1s and 2s. If you add just the 1s and 2s, that would require a millage rate of about 3.25. And then the last version is we added those 5 additional projects that were recommended by the council at the budget estimate. Once you add those 5 projects on top, it requires a 3.4729 millage rate, and that's about 10% more than what we currently have. So we're leaving it up to council discussion as to where we'd like to land for what setting. Remember, this is just the maximum millage, which means we can always go lower. And I think it's important to repeat that every year I've been here, every year the manager's been here, that's exactly what's happened is we've ended up at a millage rate lower than the maximum that we set in the July meeting. So that's a precedent. So it's really up to the council to discuss where we'd like to set that maximum number, and the manager and I are available for any questions.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would think to give us the headway to set this at the max, recognizing, as I do, for at least my own psychology, that some of these additional projects that we discussed probably didn't have, full traction. But I expect that the discussions and the decisions on those are going to occur when the budget hearings occur. But we won't have the discretion to make the decisions that we're going to face making fully if we don't have the headway.
Okay. Just looking at the different alternatives, at 2.9605 we get no projects, and at 3.4729 we perhaps get too many projects. So I would suggest the middle ground at 3.2539, which is what we talked about last time. I would definitely want the manager to tweak the baseline budget and see if we can squeeze more out of there. And then I think that it's going to be a good conversation for us to have about the different items that are here on this sheet number 2. And which one, what combination of those that we're going to want. And definitely in my scenario, I see the potential to going under the 3.2 also. So I think that that's a broad array, a broad cafeteria style approach to this that we can tweak along the way as we go to September to the 2 budget hearings. Mr. Moss.
So Benjamin, I have a couple of questions, and I'm looking at this very quickly. I didn't have time to study this, but capital improvement projects really is not directly affecting our millage rate, correct? They're outside of the millage. It's really the operating budget.
They do affect the millage rate. Mm-hmm. So general tax dollars are transferred to the CIP for some of those projects. Now, some projects are funded from other sources like stormwater, but the ones that are mentioned here all have an impact on the millage. So we tried to tie the project cost with the millage rate to show you exactly what that impact would be.
Okay, so let's say that there's the 2 biggest items on here are the rescue trucks and the St. Agnes Fields. Would those be financed, or are we going to pay cash for those?
The plan here is to pay cash for those 2.
And pay cash. Okay.
Okay.
Joe?
Yes, Ed.
You mentioned the fire trucks, the ambulances. I asked about 15 questions about 2 months ago concerning those ambulances, as far as why we needed new ambulances, even though we're such low mileage, etc. Friday, I got the results, and I've talked to Eric since then. In effect, using his number 135 for each one of the trucks. That does not include the ambulance. The ambulance part is in good shape. It's just the truck itself he's had problems with. By the way, we have 3 ambulances. We never can use more than 2 of them because we don't have the staff. The reason he wants new ambulances is because they've been out of service for repairs. So therefore, if one is out for repairs, we still always have 2, no matter what. But anyway, going forward, instead of spending $1.2 million, if we spent $270,000 on new trucks, we would save $930,000. I then inquired from people in the business how much it would cost to take the old ambulances to remount them on the new ambulances, which would be done by professionals, and that in that realm, and it would cost between $5,000 and $10,000 a truck. So assuming the high end, $20,000, it would be $290,000, and we would save $910,000. We'd have new trucks with long warranties. Now, Eric has some reasons why he doesn't want to do that, but you know, there's been a long discussion between him and I.
Okay.
Do you want to share Eric's reasons for not wanting to do it?
Let Eric share. He's everything.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Ed.
Before we get there, Ed, I don't mind having him share this, but we all do understand that we're going to have a lot of conversations about the different projects and the different costs of those projects. Okay. But our purpose at this point in time is setting the max millage. Okay.
Well, this is the major item. One of the major items, Joe.
No, I understand you, but I don't want us to lose focus from there. Go ahead, Eric.
I will simply say that it's a responsible thing to do to budget for this. Based on Councilmember London's numbers, this cannot be done for $300,000. And if it was done, it wouldn't be done to a safe standard, to best practice. And it's my recommendation that I made to the manager that we move forward with the purchase of this truck.
Okay.
These trucks.
No, I was just gonna ask what was the mayor's motion. Was it 3.2?
Yes, my motion.
1.3.
My motion would be to go with the in between number 3.2539 for now. Do I have a second?
Well, I would like to amend if we can amend that. Can we just make it a simple 3.26? I hate having these thousands to the 10,000s numbers, and it's just easier for us to remember. It doesn't really do much.
Mr. Newsbaum.
Split the difference between Joe and Frank?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is we're going to have a lot of time to look at all these. These are all projects that have come up in our discussions that are obviously important, have priorities. We talk a lot about the level of service that we want to give our residents. I don't know why we want to handcuff ourselves to going too low on the millage right now when we're gonna look at this and we'll squeeze the best we can out of everything, out of every dime.
Well,
I like to split the difference.
Like we always do.
Possibly. Yeah.
It's never what you want, but it does come down from the trim notice.
It's going to come down, I'm sure. So I'm okay with the split the difference, even though I'm leaning a little bit closer to what Frank was mentioning. Just max it out and call it a day.
All right.
3.35?
No, you're
What
getting a
did
good
you say?
number.
326? Yeah.
What'd he say?
326 is what.
Well, I mean, there was
suggesting.
Well, because that was the same number, but just a little.
Just rounding
Just
it to the
rounding.
nearest
He likes
hundredths,
2.6.
please. Everybody calls me. Would you set it at? I'm like, I don't know. I have
Frank,
to
how
go
do you
look in
feel
the
about
book.
splitting the difference, or you really want to go?
No, I don't think that some of those projects are going to garner consensus.
Right.
I also think that there will be opportunities for some savings, and we see the effect of the final assessed value report, which is very positive. So I think having headway is good. It's prudent. We've learned that time and again. But I think we're at safe numbers where we're talking. So to
about
come to a
3.4?
decision, 3.4 is fine with me.
3.40.
All zeros are.
It's going to go lower than that.
We used to always be to the 10th.
Let's keep it to the 10th. What do you say, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. In my case, I just don't want to overpromise people that we're going to take on so many different projects, and so I'm reluctant to go a little bit higher, but the majority rules here, so it's fine.
And how about
Joey,
spread? I know you're not gonna like it,
everybody
but what about
calculated
3.35?
what the increase would be in taxes to the individual, either homeowner, homesteader, or non-homesteader at your 3.35? I think at the proposal from the manager, we're talking about with the 90 whatever percent, 9.7% that Benjamin said it increased. We're talking about a 15% increase in taxes for about 70% of the population, and those who are homesteaded about 8.1%. It'll be 8.1% almost for everybody at this level.
Well, it capped at 3% plus the increase, right?
So it's not a question of millage, it's a question of what the total increase of the taxes are, because you're looking at the almost 10% increase in values, even though it's limited to 3% for homesteaders.
That's right.
I mean, my view on setting this has always been whatever. I mean, like you put this out and then you work it down. You have time to start getting into what Ed's saying, what's the effect on this and stuff. And I know politically and it sends out a message. I don't think most people would really read them at that point, but we've always been able to bring it down. To me, I'm fine with 3.26. I'm fine with 3.4 because in the end of the day, we have to study the budget, what we're actually going to do, what we're not going to do, what impact it has on individuals, and we're going to have to make that decision. To start talking about all those little intricacies now, for me, doesn't really make sense, but I think anywhere between 3.26 up to whatever is all workable.
Yes, that's.
So I'll vote
I make a motion
whatever you guys come up with.
3.26.
Second it.
Okay, let's call a vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Wow, I think that's the first time Ed London ever won a vote that had to do with the budget. Ever. And we actually had him vote yes on it. This is excellent.
I know, it's amazing.
I've never seen him vote yes on that.
What did we land on? 3.6.
All right, what do we got left here?
Who's going to teach Ed when he wants to vote no, not to say aye?
Yes, to say
I do
nay.
the same thing. The nays.
We need to do this public hearing for on-demand transportation services.
Correct. So it's something that the county's requiring us to do in order to initiate our on-demand services through our agreement with them. You guys have already approved the agreement, so we're just required to hold a hearing for the public to comment on this change in our transit system.
Everybody understand what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay. Public hearing is open on-demand transportation services. Public hearing is now closed. Do we need a vote, Mr. Attorney?
Nope,
No.
that's it. We just have to
All right.
tell the county we held a hearing.
All right. Let me go back to, you guys heard I'm on 12B, Madam Clerk, discussion on iguanas. I would like to give instructions to the manager to get together with this guy and whoever else he needs to get together with and see if they can bring us back some kind of an idea of, what we need to do and what potential costs might be associated with it, and so that we can look into this, because this is not going away. Not our highest priority, but certainly something that we got to look at.
I definitely support that, and I would like to share to Fernando's question about how much of a problem is it. It's been a little while, but for a time, we had many people coming at public comments, and I think maybe we've just gotten bigger problems, but it is an issue. I mean, many people
I get it.
there,
I mean, I
pools
get
are
it.
rendered unswimmable.
I just want to know how many are lurking out there.
My backyard
iguanas
alone
are-
has got, I wish Dr. Simon hadn't left because we share a
Yeah.
fence. I've got at least
I got a big dinosaur in the
Can I
back
share
of my porch.
one example of the
It's
issue of the
huge.
problem with the iguanas?
Yeah.
All the all the railroad vines that we planted out during the last beach renourishment
Yeah.
were eaten by the iguanas.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, they wouldn't eat the sea oats, but they basically all the railroad
Well,
vines.
I got a huge. I swear this thing is like a
So on
dinosaur.
at least beachside, they're there. You don't
Yeah.
see them.
You don't
but they
see
come
'em.
out and they eat everything that they that they can.
Yeah.
So
That's
it is an
well,
issue.
You know, that's
I got one idea. When Steve meets with Joe, the iguana hunter specialist, use my backyard as a living laboratory for an experiment to see how good he is.
the
I'd
iguana
support
wrestler.
Okay, so
Consensus of council.
sense of the council is for definite action in this area, and I give you 60 days to bring something back, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager.
Certainly we'll do that, and I do appreciate you guys bumping up that millage cap a little bit because that authorized or allows us to have $60,000 more. So who knows? We may match those two together.
Yeah, well, there's the iguana money. And we have tried to tackle this before. Todd was like our iguana czar, so he may have some info to share from past experience.
We do.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have a program in place. We'll come back. I think we have to do an assessment. I mean, I wouldn't mind bringing this gentleman on and really see, if they truly are lurking out there. We all know they are. Are they multiplying at a exponential rate? That's probably
Does
what he
not
could
give
tell us.
any ideas to people to shoot iguanas.
No, we don't want that.
trees.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
I'm asking.
No, that's definitely
See
a
kids.
safety issue that
Yeah,
we
that's-
want to avoid.
Yeah.
Lockdown at the Cape. When that happened,
my
someone
God.
was shooting iguanas.
Really?
They had a code red.
My God.
Um,
Gotta be careful with that.
what was Brett added?
No, he added, right turn on Crandon to the manager's report.
Okay, yeah, can we take that, Mr. Manager?
Sure, we will. And since I'll bring Cairo up, but since I threw him under the bus with the resilient infrastructure plan, I'll start with this one. But he'll add anything that since I was out for the last 2 weeks, what we've done. But just to back up, kind of give you an idea what the project was. There's two parts to the project. One was to increase the queue lane going into Key Colony. That has been complete, as you all know. The second one is to add the right-hand turn lane coming out of Crandon Boulevard into Harbor Drive to increase the flow of traffic. In the morning, we have about 23% of our traffic actually turns right at that light, and therefore trying to open up that road obviously is the right thing to do. We started approximately two months ago, and we had some issue with a couple permits, and the first permit that we had an issue was with the electrical lines and the telecom lines. When we started to dig, we found that they were actually not in the place where we anticipated them to be. We had to go back and get a re-permit on that one. We've also had an issue with the location of.
Which means for the public, Steve, that what was not supposed to be there was there.
What was not supposed to be there was there, yes. Yeah. The second part was being able to tie into the existing stormwater line, which is, as you know, Crandon Boulevard is the county's road, and they maintain the stormwater system on that road. We had significant problems tying into that. We were able to, again, redo the design, get it approved, and now it's been approved to move forward. The third permit that got pushed back is where to move with the lighting. And if you see, there's a light there, and there's also a pole that has the red light camera as well. That permit's passed as well. The one permit we still have outstanding is a DERM permit. We anticipate, and I'll let Cairo answer that in a second, we anticipate that'll be approved over the next week. Once it is approved, hopefully kick off towards the end of next week, and we anticipate about 5 or 6 weeks of construction. Trying to get it done before 16th of August when it's the start of school. That would be in completing the actual lane itself, and then we'd have to time when we would do the full paving, because remember, we're going to do paving from the beginning of the village all the way through Key Colony just to pave it over.
You do that at night, anyways.
All this work is going to be done at night, yes. Okay. The only issue that would impact school is just
the right turn.
The right turn.
Yeah.
Right. So, anything I miss?
Welcome, Mr. Public Works Director.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, appreciate it. I think we're done, right? No.
You're like, man, that was it.
The work, the paving would be at night.
Yeah.
But any other work is done during the day. Lane closures are not expected to happen. So
basically what you're dealing with is 9 to 3:30 for day work, but the paving does happen at night and striping.
So the permitting, it seemed like, I think there was like 4 permits that you talked about. One of them was a issue that we found something that wasn't supposed to be there that was there. Another one had to do with the existing system and being able to tie into it. That also was we didn't know that was coming, right?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of give you just, how bad it was is they call him the little guy. But they had to actually send a guy into a 24-inch pipe because there was concrete blocking the pipe. So basically, what we were intending to tie into. Well, we did fix it, yeah. But they put him in there. I wouldn't do it, but 24 inches, he's chipping away actually at concrete inside the pipe. Once that was done, we went back to and re-permitted the ability to tie.
Did they expedite that permit because of that issue that we're?
They expedited that one. Yeah, the only one that I think hasn't been expedited is this Durham one.
Yeah.
So I was going to get to that one. So the Durham and the light post, isn't that something we would have seen ahead of time and had that permit secured before we have started the construction, or that one was that we had to do that during construction, or something came up?
I'll let him answer the Durham, but the light post, and this is the odd world of permitting, is it actually has to be moved 11 feet, and once you move a light beyond 10 feet, you have to do a coverage assessment. So we had intended in the original design that it was going to be moving only 10 feet. We went back into the measurements; it was 11 feet. So we had to do a lighting coverage assessment.
But you couldn't move it 11 feet and then pull the permit?
No, we don't want to do this. This is county money.
Okay.
And we want to make sure, I mean, this is reimbursable county money.
Yeah.
Right now, we're fronting the money, so we don't want to be in a position where we do something that the county does not permit.
Okay.
You want to answer the I know you've been working the Durham permit one since you've been here.
With the Durham. So that one was submitted for permitting already, and we are trying to expedite it. We are constantly calling them on a daily basis, so it is on their radar. Their moves at their own pace, but because of how sensitive it is and just the scope of it, how small the scope is, we do believe that they should have it for us this week or early next week.
It doesn't have to go to water and sewer, does it?
No.
Okay, good. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you with iguanas?
With the iguana, we get along great.
All right.
I don't kill them.
Mr. Manager, can we bring up police chief talk about the Sunday?
Look at him, he's jumping up quick. Yes, chief. Go get him.
Good evening, again, Mayor, council members. So I think in fairness to the scope of this issue, we have to look at it in its entirety, and I'd like to apprise you of what our efforts were. So we were aware of this event. The city of Miami police captain in charge of special events called me Wednesday afternoon and informed me that they were expecting a larger ticket sales based on the amount of tickets that have been sold. So he had apprised us of that. I stressed to him the importance of making sure that our residents were be able to get out and come in, and he understood that. The manager was on vacation. I let him know that I had some concerns about this, and I advised him what I was going to do. Thursday, I met with the county. I spoke to the county commander in charge of the causeway. He brought in his lieutenant that's in charge of the causeway on Sunday to work the event with the city. So everyone understands, inside of Virginia Key is City of Miami, outside is the county, two separate entities. When the county contracts for these events, it could be a cop that works in Kendall, Doral, Miami Lakes that comes here. But this past Sunday, we had cops that work the causeway. So they know the issues that we deal with. I met with Jessica Friday morning. We put something out on our Instagram advising our residents of what was going on the police Instagram. Jessica put out a message to residents advising the residents what was going on. We brought in, on Sunday morning, we put out a VINs advising everybody what was going on. Sunday morning, I received a call at about 10:30 in the morning from a Miami-Dade commander for the causeway. There was a brand new commander assigned to the causeway. There was promotions in the city of Miami. He called me. His father-in-law lives in Key Biscayne. He stressed to me the importance of making sure that our residents would be able to get in and out, that he was going to work with me. I spoke to him 4 times that day. And on top of that, Deputy Chief Eunice and I met on Friday. We brought in our entire midnight shift early on Sunday, and I told the county and the city that they would have our resources available to them if needed. I'm not going to say that there wasn't traffic, but when we discuss this issue, we have to look at it as a whole, and we need to be careful about blaming the city of Miami and the county for every single issue that occurs there. It was a beautiful day. People come to the beach, people go to the marina, people go to the golf course, and people come to the village of Key Biscayne. We all know that. We manage as best as we can. I can tell you that the staff here takes our residents' concerns extremely seriously. It's something that we discuss all the time when we have an event. I do agree with the manager. I don't think our relationships have ever been better. Now, can we improve? Yes, we can improve. On Monday, I had 1 call from our resident that came and said something. I called the city of Miami Monday morning. I had a conversation. He expressed to me that there was, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a mix-up with the way parking was handled going into Virginia Key. He immediately sent his lieutenant out to the county. They came up with a plan to rectify it. It was about a 35 to 40-minute delay, inbound, not outbound. So, and I also spoke to the county again Monday afternoon and explained to him the importance of crossing individuals. And I understand that it's frustrating for some of our residents when they see cops traversing 3 or 4 people at a time. But are we supposed to hold them there for half hour? Like, I can tell you, I've directed traffic at events. It's extremely hot out right now. I'm not saying that 4 is the magic number, but what I'm trying to stress to you and giving you this elaborate timeline is the lines of communication are open. And I hear the residents, they call me just like they come up here. They speak to the manager, we talk about it. It's something we take extremely serious. But we also have to understand that we can work within the confines of what we have. We have 2 lanes, we have to cross people, and people are coming to our beautiful area. And I understand it impacts our residents, but we do everything that we can within our power to mitigate it.
Yes. So, I keep thinking about this issue, and I mean, obviously the city wants to have events, and people go, and the county has an obligation also because they're they own the causeway, and they have their constituents also along there that needs to flow through, and that's what that causeway is there for. I think that trying to find a solution where we all can exist is important, but these events are they're like one-offs, right? And they bring a lot of people concentrated at one time. I would think that there would be a proper type of planning where it's like, okay, you can have an event, but there's certain restrictions at certain times when left-hand turns can occur. If you're in this time, people are going to have to wait. So you need to plan your event a certain way, because we know that on a nice day, people are going to be coming out of the Crandon Parks. People are going to be coming out of Bill Bags. You got people who live out here that need to get through. And it's unfair also to just have an event without any planning that 3 people walking across holding up 45 minutes of traffic. I think we need to sit down and talk to all the stakeholders, all of us together, and say, guys, we can do events here, but we have to know that at this time, on these types of days, on Sundays, coming from the beaches, we know that there's going to be a massive exodus off these islands, and having an event at the same time as doing this and it's coming on and off. You can have an event there, but maybe they can't come on and off at that time. That you have to shift the timing of your event based on, we know that this is going to happen, so that we don't have these big problems. There might be some traffic. I'm not saying eliminate it all, but we can reduce it, not have it backed all the way up to Bill Bags. It's like, okay, well, who's thinking about how these things can converge with each other? And I think there could be a solution that everybody can be happy with, where you can have an event, the county is keeping a level of service, Key Biscayne is able to get on and off. I mean, I think there could be a way that the extraordinary stuff, which are events more than anything.
So I don't disagree with you. That was part of the conversation I had with the City of Miami commander on Monday. Chief Morales reached out to me also, and we had a discussion on how we could improve our relationship with the county and what we could do. I can tell you, my previous life, I ran events for 5 years, large events, in a similar barrier island, and we face the same issues. And it doesn't matter how much we plan. You hit it on the head. We have people coming from all different directions. They just don't read. And that event was from 9 to 9. So it wasn't like, hey, come from 10 to 11 and you can turn in here. And, the mix up on the parking was Virginia Key filled up, and look, the commander called a great audible. He moved everybody to Marine Stadium and stopped charging, you know, and it alleviated the issue, but it still took time because people were doing the loop around.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying we can't look at it. We are going to look at it. You know, Chief Morales had some good input to me the other day, but we're dealing with 3 different governmental entities. I can tell you the manager knows. We've brought them all to the table. I had them all come here to the village, and we all sat in a room, and we all spoke about the impacts that it has on our residents and everyone coming to the village.
But what's interesting is that the boat show, which is massively larger when it was here than these little shows that they're having. And I always said when we were in these negotiations that it wasn't the big shows that scared me. It was those little medium ones, because the really small ones, they work because they flow. The huge ones, they bring on a really elaborate plan to move everybody through that actually works. I don't think I ever sat more than 10 minutes during the boat show.
I'll tell you why that happens, because I ran the boat show in Fort Lauderdale. They do 15 to 20 of them throughout the state.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
They
have
know
the
what
plan.
they're doing. And to your point, you have a one-off event that does it once in a blue moon. It's a lot harder to
They don't have
plan.
an MOT. They don't have.
No, they have to get an MOT in order to show. Because I asked the commander on Monday, the event that was here on Sunday had an MOT, and there was a plan. I definitely don't think. I don't think their communication was the best when it came towards facilitating parking. Because I even said to him, I said, why don't we cone off Marine Stadium, put a message board, direct them in there. That way there's a visual for people to see. And he agreed with me. He said, that is something we want to discuss. That's something, these are things, my whole point is, because we're all saying the same thing, we're having the conversation.
That's
and
correct.
I understand.
Yeah, and I think that, and what I'm trying to get to is that those, I understand those middle ones don't have the resources to these medium-sized events. They really don't have they have a lot of people coming in, but not the resources really to put the proper plan. But if we work together, like you're talking about, and say, okay, whenever those happen, this is your plan. There's no other plan. Like we know how this place works, and it has to work like this, and that's part of your MOT. Period. You have to have these people here. Parking's going to have to be over there. There are only so many cars that can go over here. You know, you can't stop traffic you have to let traffic go for this amount of time before you can let people cross. And you know, that's it. I mean, there's no other way to have it. If not, then you can't have the event there. I mean, I think that, and we also know like when the rush comes off the island, so they need to, it all has to be planned around that. But the problem is, I think that we know it, these events don't, and we as everybody in South Florida that and stakeholders know it, and we got to put our brains together to alleviate it.
Just to piggyback on your, I'm always after the manager and the chief is we need more data. The more data that we can find on the number of cars and the times that they're coming and all that will help us to plan it. And I know that they're working towards that. One last thing here before we adjourn.
I wanted to first say that I would agree that our relationships right now are really strong, and that a lot of good things are happening for Key Biscayne as a result. And so I commend you for those efforts.
The county mayor being at our
at our 4th of July parade 2 years running. I don't know how she survived in those boots in the heat, but she was amazing. So that's great, and it needs to continue. My thought is twofold. One, to the extent that they're receptive, I like the idea of that Brett was saying of us sort of leading the way on standardizing some MOTs for this size event and with, laying out all the different options. I also will just share that I'm not sure exactly how we go about fixing this, but I do wonder sometimes if there's a little bit of a disconnect as you go down the chain of command. I had an incident myself when we had the issues with the cyclists getting escorted at mass dismissal, and the police were super aggressive to the Key Biscayne residents, and one came to my window while I was on the phone with Deputy Chief Eunice, and I said to him, I'm on the phone with the Deputy Chief of Key Biscayne. He was not only not impressed, he was like really nasty about it. So if there is something that we can do to help repair and restore relationships with the actual people on the ground so that they're more inclined to keep our traffic moving, because it does sometimes feel like maybe it's a little personal.
I will tell you, I think the commander that's assigned here for the county has been here 5 or 6 months now. He calls me every week. We have weekly conversations. The commander that was here for the city of Miami prior to getting promoted called me all the time. Chief Morales called me on 4th of July. Do you guys need anything? Are you in need of any assistance? The lines of communication are there. I haven't seen that frayed relationship. I know that there's always some tense exchanges, and we've had some discussions. Hey, is this your call? Is this our call? But at the end of the day, we have a level-headed discussion, and we all come in agreement. We had a traffic stop today for something that happened, and the county came and backed up our officers. So I don't see that. You know, I don't want any of our residents to go through what you went through. You know, and I think those are isolated incidents, and those are incidents that we can deal with from a command perspective, because obviously, like anything in life, when things start from the top and go down, they sometimes get, you know, distorted. But it's nothing that we can't fix or change. I can tell you the conversation and the dialogues are great. Director Ramirez calls, even though he has his commander out here. We see him at Day Chiefs, and we talk twice a month at those meetings. We are not going ignored. At least I don't feel that way. I feel like I have all the support I need from the county and the city, and I really do feel like they really do take our interests to heart, and they understand the needs of our residents. Now I think it's just what Councilmember Moss said, let's try to find a way that we can standardize some of these operations and just find ways to improve and be better. You know, we're working with the vehicle counts, everything that the mayor said. So I think we're taking everything that we can within the data and the information that we have to make an educated decision. But I can assure anyone that's still watching that the residents' interest is taken seriously, and we understand the inconvenience and the impact it has on their lives.
And also congratulate you for the communications, getting that out before on Friday and then again on Sunday. I think that's also going in the right direction. Anything else for the good of the order? Mr. Manager, anything else? Mr. Attorney, anything else?
I think we're good. There's a couple things that are in the packet. I ask if you are interested in those, please go ahead and read them. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
No, reread them, because we do.
Or reread. Read them again.
All right. Mr. Attorney?
Good night. Great.
All right. I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Jocelyn.